Okay. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, tere päevast. Good morning. My name is Marco Francini. I'm the head of the abil group office for the Baltic state. It's an honor for me to be here today, and I would like to welcome you on behalf of the European Investment Bank and the European Commission to today's event for the launch of InvestEU and other EU programs. Allow me to start by thanking the European Commission in Brussels, in Luxembourg, and especially here in Tallinn for the great cooperation and the support in organizing this event. Thank you very much, Ave. Thank you very much, Vivian. We will start discussing the challenge that the European economy is facing and how InvestEU and other EU programs can support the public and the private sector in the keynote remarks by Mr. Thomas Ostos, Vice President at the European Investment Bank, and Ms. Mai Verute, Deputy Director General at the European Commission. We will continue with presentation by European Investment Bank, European Investment Fund, and the European Commission with the new instrument and advisory services targeting corporate in the public and the private sector, the financial sector with financial intermediary and banks, and funds and venture capital. Some of the colleagues are here today, and you'll be able to meet them during the networking break or at the end of the session for the lunch. During the presentation, you will be able to ask as many questions as you would like, and there will be a Slido that will appear on the screen for your questions. We have also organized two very interesting panel discussions about access to finance and support to SME, in which we have involved a variety of stakeholders, including local entities that benefited from previous EU programs. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this year, we could see the light at the end of the tunnel with some positive sign of recovery after 2 years of the pandemic and the economic downturn. However, the Russian military aggression is causing a humanitarian catastrophe, disrupting livelihood in the region and beyond, with an immediate impact, especially on the energy market and the supply chain, from which all EU citizens already suffer in their daily lives. The EU support for the next programming period reflects the priority of the Union, which aims at making the EU more resilient in order to weather the next crisis stronger together. We have taken the goal of becoming greener, more digital, and to have more accessible health and social sector. If we look at what is happening today, we can say that we are going in the right direction. InvestEU comes in at the right moment. The program is meant as an amplifier of the MFF priorities through the European Investment Bank, the European Investment Fund, and intermediaries in the member state. The European economy needs this boost of investment right now. Thank you. Without further ado, I would like to ask Mr. Thomas Ostos, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, to provide a speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear European Commission representation in Tallinn and in Brussels, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be able to take part of this event and give the introductory speech for the InvestEU Roadshow event today. We gather in a time of great concern. We have a war going on the European soil. We stand behind our friends, colleagues and families in Ukraine that is fighting against the Russian aggression. The European Investment Bank, as the first multilateral development bank, immediately gathered to show support for the Ukrainian people. And just a few days after the war broke out, we took a decision to support the Ukrainian authorities and thereby the Ukrainian people with a 668 million euro package immediately deployed to help and support authorities at this difficult time. It has been dispersed just days after the decision, and we stand ready to continue to support Ukraine. It is for the European Union very important that we identify policies of general interest and we deploy our financial might to address the challenges that we face. And in that respect, it is good news that we have instruments to mitigate also the crisis that is affecting other countries around Ukraine. And of course, InvestEU is a tool to stimulate European economy. We at the EIB are proud to be part of the European response, and we believe that our unique position offers opportunities to address crises around in Europe. Because of our financial firepower, because of our expertise, but also because we are the Bank of the European Union, your bank. Last year, we provided around 340 million euros of financing to the Republic of Estonia, including a loan of 100 million euros to the city of Tallinn for the Sustainable Urban Renewal and Development Programme. We gave a 50 million euro loan to Starship Technologies, the world's leading provider of autonomous delivery, that I had the opportunity to visit just a month ago. And yet, 120 million euro COVID-19 related support to the Republic of Estonia via a sovereign loan. The InvestEU program has been designed as a key pillar of the European Union's largest ever stimulus package. It is designed to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and to help build a greener, more digital and more resilient European economy. It builds on the successful model of the investment plan for Europe, designed to answer the global financial crisis and which was implemented by the European Investment Bank. InvestEU will bring together, under one roof, the European Fund for Strategic Investments and 13 other EU financial instruments such as COSME and Innofin. InvestEU makes EU funding simpler to access and more effective. Thanks to the guarantee provided by the European Commission, it intends to support public and private investments in key EU policy priorities along 4 policy windows. These are very much aligned with the EIB Group public priority goals. The windows are sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation and digitalization, small and medium-sized enterprises, social investments and skills. It also has a strong climate focus. For the entire InvestEU, at least 30% of the investment will go towards climate change mitigation and adaptation. InvestEU continues the well-established and successful partnership within the EU, with the EIB Group. We will implement 75% of the EU budget guarantee and advisory budget under InvestEU. Concretely, the EIB Group will deploy InvestEU through various types of products. Direct loans to corporate and public sector counterparts, project finance and PPPs, venture debt products for innovative SMEs and startups, portfolio guarantees to financial intermediaries, and equity investments in funds. InvestEU will focus on operation with a higher risk profile compared to the average EIB business. It will also focus on projects that would be hard to complete within a short time frame or to the same extent without the support. InvestEU will notably allow the EIB Group to finance more innovative projects. This will enable the EIB to address market gaps and reduce the risk for third-party investors, private or public. The aim is to unlock investments, which are currently slowed down or hindered by economic uncertainty. By enabling to take additional risks, it will be facilitated crowding in of private capital into key policy areas. It will help to shift the growth to new green and digital sectors, strengthen EU leadership in research, development and innovation, including in the area of healthcare, and boost a vibrant startup ecosystem in Europe. InvestEU will also have a cushioning impact, ensuring that no one is left behind, as it will notably play a role in the just transition mechanism as the second pillar, focusing mainly on the private sector. It will also include a social investment and skills window, which target financing for projects related to training, social housing, schools, universities, hospitals, social innovation, microfinance, social enterprise, integration of immigrant refugees and vulnerable people. This echoes strongly with the dramatic circumstances and the current situation experienced by many countries facing influx of refugees from Ukraine. Another key feature of InvestEU is the InvestEU Advisory Hub. The EIB sees the provision of advisory services through support for project preparation, knowledge sharing and capacity building as a key enabler for quality projects to happen. The previous joint advisory program have been successful. The EIB and the European Commission will cooperate to provide technical, financial and strategic advisory support to public and private project promoters, regional and national authorities, and financial intermediaries under the InvestEU Advisory Hub. While a large part of the advisory offer will continue to focus on providing support in the technical aspects of project preparation and implementation, services related to financial advisory, both direct and for financial intermediaries, will be enhanced. Through the InvestEU Advisory Hub, we will continue under a single roof the provision of advisory under key existing initiatives such as ELENA in support of energy efficiency, municipal transport and district heating, Urbis and the Circular City Centre for municipal and circular economy projects, ADAPT, our climate adaptation initiative available to public and private sector promoters, new ways of procuring projects such as social outcome contracting. And we will seek to establish synergies with our other well-recognized sources of technical assistance, JASPERS to support the absorption of EU funds, the European PPP Expertise Centre, better known as EPEC, and FI Compass, our expertise centre for financial instruments in order to deliver a better and integrated service to project promoters and maximize the impact of advisory support. In the next panels, you will discuss concrete ways in which InvestEU could be of benefit to the public and private sector in the Estonian Republic. I strongly believe that this renewed partnership with the European Commission, building on the strengths of the EIB group in terms of financing and advisory, will contribute to build a greener, stronger and more innovative Estonian Republic and Europe. I wish you a pleasant and informative event, and thank you for letting me take part of this from the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Thomas. May I kindly ask now Ms. Maide Rute to come on stage and deliver the speech? Thank you.
Good morning. Tere hommikust. It's really a pleasure to be here, actually physically, after 2 years of telework and COVID, and actually be able to see many of you whom we have worked together in the past, see you again in real life, so to say. So it's a pleasure to be here to open the InvestEU here in Estonia, but also visit a couple of other programs that we will be introducing to you today. And it's for those of you who are following us online, I want to particularly say it's a pleasure to me to be here in my hometown, Tallinn. So I was here also on 24th of February when the Russian invasion in Ukraine started. And I must say that, of course, Europe is not the same since 24th of February. An uncountable number of civilians continue to be killed. And we see that the various values that we have hold dear and which we continue to hold dear are being attacked in Ukraine. So democracy, freedom, rule of law, all these important values that really underpin Europe are being attacked by Russia in Ukraine. And we do, of course, all realize that this war is going to have very important changes to the economy in Europe. And I would say also the way we have thought about our future and what we think in terms of really how we build up the value chains, the supply chains. So we have, of course, lived for a number of years in a world where we all believe that the globalized value chains are unshakable and things will go on the same way. We did not know that shortages would be coming back to us, and now, of course, we see that already under the COVID crisis, we realized some of these beliefs were not really any longer holding true. We already saw shortages appearing, but now, of course, the war is making it even more evident. So when we think in terms of rising energy prices, or even some of the issues we see about maybe availability of foods in Middle East, in North Africa, this will make us think also in terms of needing to build resilience in our economies. And one of the messages that I would like to deliver today is that when we talk about InvestEU and the other EU programs, we certainly think in terms of green transition, digital transition, but similarly, we very much think in terms of building resilience of our societies and in our economies. So what would be our response? Besides the policy work such as new regulation and maybe various initiatives that you see coming from the member states and from Brussels, of course, I would very much want to use the occasion today to say a big part of our response is about investments. It's about investments in our energy, reduction of the dependencies we see, so in energy independence, if you wish. It's about investing in manufacturing in Europe. It's also about investing in diversification of our supply sources, particularly when we talk about various inputs or raw materials. It's very much about diversification of the countries, third countries with whom we work. It's, of course, investing in technologies in future, and we are going to have a panel later in the afternoon today about really what it takes to go forward with scaling up, well, startups, first of all, I think we will hear about, but also scaling up and going forward with the technologies of future. We will need to invest in our raw materials availability. And again, the Russian aggression in Ukraine is making it much more evident than we perhaps realized before. And we need to invest in our single market. Single market remains the area, the home and the asset for most of our businesses. And then, of course, the small and medium-sized businesses, we will also hear about the investments in small and medium-sized businesses remains also a big focus for EU programs. And let me give you a couple of maybe figures and further illustrations to the points of these investment priorities. According to the Commission estimates, the additional amount of investments needed in relation to the twin transition, so the digital and green transition, is estimated to be around 650 billion euros annually, and this is up to 2030. So if you add it up, we're really talking about major investments needed in our economies. And it is, of course, the reflection of this very fundamental change that we need to go through as economies. And these investments would be, of course, in terms of capital expenditures for various new, be it businesses or infrastructures, but it's also actually investments in the skills of our people and, of course, in innovation and technology development. And when we talk about technologies, let me maybe mention here some of them which we certainly see as the future areas, the areas where we already see the new value chains being formed. Batteries for electromobility, but also batteries for energy storage, solar, hydrogen, permanent magnets, as well as clean steel, cement, chemicals, semiconductors, cloud services, cybersecurity. All of these either inputs or technologies will be really crucial for the twin transition itself and for building the resilience in our supply chains. And these are, of course, also the key elements that will make our industrial ecosystems fundamentally renewed or transformed towards a new way of operating. And we also should not forget that when we look at the geopolitical competition that is heating up even more, these new technologies are the basis for the competitiveness of our European businesses globally. So besides of the investments, the part of the European Commission where I come from, so the Directorate General responsible for internal market, small and medium-sized businesses and industry, we very much also facilitate this transition by bringing industries together and helping to build these new value chains. For example, by facilitating industries coming together in, we call them alliances. Alliances for example, clean hydrogen, or alliances for raw materials which are critical for this dual transition, or for other purposes such as cloud services. And through these alliances, we are making sure that European stakeholders throughout the value chain are really building up not only kind of segments of value chain, but really building up something that can be called the value chain from A to Z. Hydrogen is, I think, a very good example. Batteries is perhaps even better example. The Batteries Alliance was called maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, and now is really already having a major project pipeline, more than 70 projects ready for investments and going ahead in good speed. As to hydrogen, similarly, the stakeholders are together and forming these investment opportunities and pipeline. We furthermore, of course, also facilitate the process for so-called IPCEIs, which are the European projects for common interest. And there, these are the tools for member states to come with state aid. I mention them here in this context because often they are also very much the basis for further investments, and then, of course, supported also by member states' own funds. And from here, maybe I want to bring to your attention also the elements that come now forward from the latest meetings our leaders of European countries have had. And there has been a recent summit in Versailles, which you have perhaps noticed, and also in Brussels, where our European leaders have committed to bolster our defense capacities and to also invest again in these critically important raw materials. And these are two areas which perhaps have not been so much in our attention previously. So the availability of raw materials here in Estonia, I would particularly say the rare earth, which in the former Silvet facility is now the company is trying to reinvent itself and enlarge its activities, but various other raw materials and inputs, particularly now as the supply also from Russia gets disrupted, and where we have seen that our dependency on China is maybe in some of the cases too high. So availability of these raw materials and our capacity to build our defense strength are also the areas where Europe needs to make investments. So we heard that InvestEU is really a major, let's say, part of the flow of money that will be available from EU. And we also heard that 75% of it will be channeled through the European Investment Bank, which means that 25% is going to be channeled via the national promotional banks, such as here in this country, Credex has been previously. I don't know what the new name will be of the new organization. But similarly, in the member states, there are either national promotional banks or some funds. So intermediaries who will bring these funds to the markets. And the idea there is, of course, that InvestEU program helps to de-risk the projects. And certainly the idea is not to crowd out private investments, but rather the other way around. The idea is that with public funding, we bring in private investments and private so equity and loans. And we'll today also hear about funding available for innovation. This is going to be an EIC accelerator, so part of Horizon Europe, very interesting program. And we also will hear about single market program. A single market program is quite a new program, which is maybe not so much known. And this is one of the programs in my part of the European Commission where we particularly facilitate the strengthening of the single market, as the name says. So you will hear about support to standardization, support to public procurement capacities, support also to SMEs and programs such as Erasmus for young entrepreneurs, and also support to Enterprise Europe network and cluster-to-cluster network. And this I wanted to also particularly underline because this brings me back to Ukraine topics I wanted to mention today. Our Enterprise Europe network has, and the cluster-to-cluster and the collaboration has also reached out to Ukraine. So we have there in Ukraine 14 clusters that are working with European clusters. And the important point here is that it is not kind of only theoretical policy making, it's very much business-to-business collaboration. I had a meeting yesterday in Brussels with the Vice Minister from Ukraine, Mr. Kachka, and whose message was very much that, yes, of course, the war goes on, but at the same time, Ukraine would like to restart its economy. In these parts where they can, they would like to restart the economy. And the message I want to deliver today to everybody who listens to this event is that indeed we should be seeking for ways of building these business connections. And there the cluster-to-cluster collaboration that we facilitate is one of the ways of really bringing businesses together. And this goes, of course, far beyond Ukraine. At the end of April, we organized in Vilnius a business matchmaking event, which is also very much for the businesses from Estonia. So the businesses from Baltic states, to link them up with other parts of Europe, to find new business opportunities, to find new sources for raw material and really markets as well. So these very practical opportunities are also available to the Estonian businesses. So the project's pipeline for investments is something that we hope will start emerging from events like this one today. And I wish all of us a very good discussion today so that you get inspiration and ideas and the economies would benefit from that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Yes, definitely the event 26 and 27 of April in Vilnius is very important. And by the way, thank you for the invitation from your colleagues. I will also be participating in this event. So now we are moving to the first presentation from the European Commission from Ms. Michael Faith. Mr. Michael Faith is a policy officer at the European Commission. He's been involved in the setup and the governance of the new InvestEU program. He is in the European Commission since 1999. He has a background in IT, and he has a master's degree in European politics. Michael?
To Tallinn, thanks. You hear me well?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thanks a lot. Hello from Luxembourg this morning. I'm still, as you see, I'm still working from the home office today. But really glad that I have been invited today, and I give a short overview about InvestEU. Adding to that what Thomas and Maiva already said before. So next slide, please. Yeah, so as already addressed, so InvestEU, that's a financial instrument, and it's building on its successor program, the Investment Plan for Europe, and its European Fund for Strategic Investments, EFSI, which was very successful. It had been implemented fully by the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund. We are managed with an EU guarantee of 33.5 billion euro to mobilize investments of almost 550 billion over the last 5 years, supported many infrastructure projects, 733, and we had close deals with investment funds or banks giving loans directly to SMEs. So all in all, we have almost 1.5 million of SME supported. So we worked already, let's say, in the field of renewable energy, and we had renewable energy for 10 billion households, and in the social field, for example, 500,000 flats, affordable flats supported. And we also, let's say, make some calculation, and it also helped the European economy in general, and we added about 2% of the EU GDPs over this time. And added almost 2 million of jobs. So that was also economical, very successful. We managed to attract many private investors to the program. And thanks to the help of the EIB group. Next slide, please. We have been, of course, active in Estonia under the investment plan, and there were amounts of 264 million set to trigger 2.4 billion of additional investments. In Estonia, we had 9 infrastructure project has been supported. For example, you have surely realized that, so the upgrade of Tallinn Airport. We had also some R&D projects. We had a project about energy storage, skeleton technologies called the company, and we had food production projects as well. And this will then going on, of course, under InvestEU. We had also 10 agreements with banks, financial intermediaries to give loans to SMEs, and here we also had could mobilize 1.2 billion of investments for SMEs and for ten thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises in your country. Next slide, please. So that's now new. The InvestEU program in the new generation of the budget just started. It consisting of 3 pillars. We have the InvestEU fund, the InvestEU advisory hub. We have the portal. And it has been already addressed. We are going not just support any project, but we want to support the priority area, so that's the Green Deal, the digital transition, the innovation, but it has also, let's say, a strong focus on social investment and skills, so education, hospital, and so on, also housing and training and so on. I mean, also points that might be important now in the let's say in the aftermath of the Russian aggression to the Ukraine. So we are also thinking about projects that could also, let's say, help within the EU, and of course it has a strong recovery component as well. So that's not a grant program InvestEU, but it's a financial instrument, as we call it. So there will be loans, equity, or guarantees for the investment, and we also try to attract again private investors, because there's basically enough private capital available, and with our guarantee, we think it's a good way to attract also these private investors. Next slide, please. So the InvestEU fund, so it was already mentioned, it's now a single fund bringing together FC and 30 previous instruments, for example, COSME, under one roof, with a guarantee of 26 billion of EU budget. We are looking to mobilize more than 370 billion of additional investment. It's implemented with financial partners across the EU, and with the EIB group again with 75% as the major and the first partner. We had so the guarantee agreement with the EIB has been signed just 4 weeks ago, and now InvestEU fund is up and running. Last week, the investment committee already approved the first project, 12 projects across in several European countries. It's about clean energy, but also education, improved internet connection, and also dealing with water and wastewater infrastructure. So the next meeting of the investment committee, want to say it's a body of independent experts, 12 independent experts, which approve the projects. And the next meeting is already prepared, and then we will have another, let's say, dozen of projects coming. So this is running, the pipeline is there, and InvestEU is live already. Next slide, please. So already mentioned, we have 4 policy windows to lead the investment to these priority areas that we have. So it's sustainable infrastructure. It's the largest part. We have research and innovation, which is of large importance. Of course, we have an SME window dedicated, and again, already mentioned the social investment and skills window. There's a link to this recovery and resilience facility. You know, the big fund coming from the Next Generation EU, and the funds could taken from this RRF to also put it into member states compartment of the InvestEU guarantee. Next slide, please. So here, so if someone is, from the Estonian ministry is following this presentation. So we have the member states compartment, but we are of course in negotiations with all the countries. So you can take a part of your structural funds or the RRF and put it into InvestEU, and then ring fence with this guarantee investments for your country specifically. We are in concrete negotiations with a number of countries, so Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, Czech Republic and Finland are there to come. For Romania, we are rather close now with an agreement. And this will, let's say, add another guarantee, further money to InvestEU. So this is, I think, also very, very important component, and it's now starting. Next slide, please. The advisory hub also just started. You will have in the session just later on more details on that. It helps again on the pipeline building. So it's project advisory, we have capacity building, and we have market development, and we are, it's based on the experience we had previously on the European Advisory Hub under the investment plan, and this is going on. It will also bundle previous instruments under ELENA and the Green Gateway and the Innofin Advisory. Next slide, please. And there's now up and running a central entry point, so you can type in what you are looking for, and then you will be guided to the advisory there. And just finally, next slide, please. So the third element that we have under InvestEU, it's the InvestEU portal. So here, if you have a project, public or private, where you're looking for finance, for private finance, you can simply publish your project here on this portal, which is run by the European Commission, by my DG, even by my unit directly. And currently about 1,300 projects stored there. So that's independent if you receive, for example, InvestEU or other support. So if you're looking for additional finance, you can use this portal. And we had already, let's say, 10% of the projects stored on the portal have already received private finance there. We are also organizing personal matchmaking events. For example, Maive mentioned that, which is upcoming in Vilnius. So we are, let's say, in close cooperation with other DGs. We are setting up this matchmaking events, but you would also have this electronic tool. So this is free of charge. You can simply register yourself with your project, and then we will, after some basic check, we would then publish it there. So I believe I stop here. Yeah, my time is over. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I wish you an interesting further day. And yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Michael. So now we will start with the session dedicated to corporates. We will start, the first part will be presented by Ms. Marina Ismaila. Marina Ismaila is a senior loan officer at the European Investment Bank. She will talk about direct investment to corporate in the public and the private sector, including also project finance and PPPs. After, we will have a presentation about the venture debt, so financing innovative companies that we hope will become unicorn, and we will have Christian Antocci. Christian Antocci is a senior loan officer at the European Investment Bank. He has been working a lot here in Estonia. He's definitely, he knows where to find unicorns in Europe, so you will hear from him. And at the end, we will have finally a presentation of our advisory service by Ando Sitam. He's a senior advisor at the European Investment Bank. So Marina, can you hear us?
Good morning.
Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome from Riga, Latvia. I am a senior public sector loan officer responsible for the public sector in the Baltic states. And I'm very happy to speak to you today about the EIB role in the implementing of InvestEU. I will give a short overview of the EIB, its products, and then I will provide some examples of what we have financed under the Investment Plan for Europe program, the predecessor program to the InvestEU. And I will give those examples from corporate project finance and public sectors. And then, as Marco has rightly noted, my colleague Christian will take over and then will explain about venture debt finance. Sorry, with the clicking. So the overview of the EIB group. EIB group consists of the European Investment Bank, the only bank owned by the EU member states and financing sustainable investment projects in line with the EU priorities and the interests of the EU member states. EIB Bank is the largest multilateral lender and borrower on the international markets, the largest IFI, larger than the World Bank and then EBRD. And the European Investment Fund is the leading developer of risk financing for innovative SMEs, acting mainly through financial intermediaries. So while EIB provides direct finance, EIF mainly then provides the intermediated finance via financial institutions. This, on the picture, you see our headquarters in Luxembourg. The bank has started its operations in 1958, once the Treaty of Rome came into effect. Just recently, we have celebrated 60 years of our operations. During this time, more than 13,000 projects have been financed in 160 countries, 90% of that in the EU. In preparation for this event, I have looked up the first operations that we have done in the Baltic states in 1993 and 1994, when we have started our operations here, respectively in my native country of Latvia and also in Estonia. It was interesting to find out that the first projects we have done in those countries were rehabilitation of water and sanitation sectors, rehabilitation of district heating, and also the energy sector. Those priorities come back to us again and become ever more topical in line with the green agenda, with the climate action focus of our bank, and also with the focus on the energy independence of the Baltic states. So if we were to speak then about the challenges that we have again in 2020 compared to what we have seen 30 years ago, 1993, 1994, still we would see the challenges and underinvestment in key policy areas. We would see the higher risk characteristics of operations in these key policy areas. So as I mentioned, the rehabilitation of water sector, sanitation, hydropower in Latvia in 1993 now again is a priority in line with the focus on renewable energy. At the same time, we would see some investment barriers, higher risk and limited public resources, which hinder the investments in those key policy areas, as well as the COVID-19 crisis continuing, and additional challenges coming on board, such as the economic impact of COVID-19 crisis and Russian invasion in Ukraine. Talking here to clients in the Baltic states, I can already say that the cost increase in construction projects most probably is one of the most immediate challenges that we are going to face. Also in our financed investment projects, also in highly publicized projects such as Rail Baltica, for example. So if we were to look then how to address those challenges and the underinvestments in the key policy areas, exactly for that purpose, then the InvestEU fund was created, also to continue the good job we have done with the predecessor program, the Investment Plan for Europe. The Investment Plan for Europe had only two windows, sustainable infrastructure window, and I will show some project examples of what we have done here in the Baltic states, and the SME window. In addition to that, now two new windows came on board, the research, innovation and digitalization window, and specifically the social investment and skills window, which would help us to address the challenges and the investment gaps which relate to the most vulnerable groups, such as, for example, the refugees. If we were to look then at the selection and the eligibility criteria, including the standard selection and eligibility criteria for the EIB projects. So the projects that we look at under the InvestEU and under the Investment Plan for Europe program have to be commercially, technically, economically feasible and viable, meaning that at least as a minimum, the NPV should not be negative. The projects have to support the EU priorities. And then the next step after checking of the feasibility and viability of the project economically, technically, and commercially, the projects also have to be mature enough to be bankable, to be able to repay themselves and to generate respectively the positive NPV. The projects also have to be within EU or cross-border operations. In addition to these standard EIB selection and eligibility criteria, the projects also have to address certain market failures or suboptimal investment situation, meaning the projects would not happen without the InvestEU guarantee. The next point, exactly in the same line of thought, that the projects need to be additional. That most probably the risk of the project is high enough that the guarantee is required, and that the project would not take place without the guarantee. Later on in the presentation, I will give some examples of such projects that were financed by us on the Investment Plan for Europe, and how exactly thanks to the EFSI guarantee, the projects became capable to be implemented and realized. And of course, then a very important factor that the projects should, where possible, crowd in private investment, that EIB presence as a financier of the project should also facilitate other IFIs, commercial banks, other investments to look at the possibilities to join the investment into the project. And of course, help meet EU policy objectives, as already mentioned. So here we are already looking at certain structures of how EIB works, how we have worked on the Investment Plan for Europe, and also what we are proposing further for the InvestEU program. So here you can see the split into two main product types: the direct financing, such as the direct financing to corporates, mid-caps, the direct venture debt that EIB provides, project finance, financing PPPs, or public sector lending. So this is all direct lending from the EIB to the borrower or to the project. There is also the intermediated finance, which I have mentioned is usually provided by the EIF, and we also have a colleague who will later on speak about the EIF and the products that the EIF offers. So the next slide then gives a further look into what we can do and what are the financing structures which are usually offered by the EIB. So the first structure is a typical corporate loan, where a certain minimum size has to be achieved. I will give some of the examples of the typical corporate finance that we provide later on in the presentation. So this is where the bank lends directly to the borrower, and the borrower then finances the project. The second example and also the third example are the examples of the fourth example. The second and the fourth example are the examples of the intermediated finance, where the bank provides finance to a financial intermediary, such as a commercial bank or an investment fund, and then respectively the commercial bank finances the borrowers, or the fund invests into certain investees, into certain projects. The third example, however, is also relevant for InvestEU. So here we see, for example, the sovereign lending, where InvestEU guarantee is not required, as the sovereign risk is acceptable to the bank. However, there are also some examples where we have financed sub-sovereign projects, such as municipal projects, where the high risk of those municipal operations has required an additional guarantee from the FC program, for example. I will have one example also later on. And the project would not otherwise happen if it were not thanks to the investment plan for Europe and to the guarantee offered there. And then the last example here is the typical project finance structure, where there is a project company, an SPV, into which then the bank provides financing, and the project promoter also provides financing by form of equity or their own subordinated loans. So this is in short what the bank does and the products that we offer and how we work. From my side also, later on in the question and answer session, I would be glad to answer any questions you might have in that regard. So the advantages of working with the IB. So we are a provider of very attractive long-term financing. The maturities usually are matching the economic life of project assets. So for any investments in sustainable transport, such as, for example, railways, electric buses, the economic life of the asset itself is 20 plus years. So respectively, the maturity and the repayment schedules would be matching those tenors. Also, the conditions and the financing is provided at very advantageous terms. As I mentioned in the beginning, EIB is the largest multilateral lender and borrower on international markets. So the bank is able to gain this financial advantage through its AAA rating and then to pass it on to its clients. The bank finances tangible and intangible investments with up to 50% of project costs, and also offers very flexible approach to disbursement. The availability period usually matches the implementation period for the project. So we have up to 36 months availability period. And then during this disbursement period, each tranche of the loan can have its own fixed or floating rate, can have different maturities. So this really offers this flexibility in financial management of the borrower. And of course, last but not least, the reputation of the bank and the presence of the bank as a financier of the project has a certain signaling effect, allows the borrower to diversify its funding sources and also to attract and crowd in private investments. So here we already start to look at certain examples of what we have done and what we are looking to do under InvestEU program. So here is an example from Poland, from Mazovia region. In Poland, this is one of the less developed regions. Graiva is actually at the very eastern border of Mazovia region. By chance, I went there in summer. The place is more known for its natural parks and forests and not so much for the industry. So that is why here it's interesting to see the investment, which is backed by the investment plan for Europe in that region. And this is a dairy plant in Mazovia. And actually also what is interesting that it's already a little bit further downstream investment. So you can see here that the production part has already been renovated in previous periods. So the wastewater treatment plant already exists, and then the purpose of this project is actually to build the combined heat and power plant next to the wastewater treatment plant, which then will be fully running on biogas and will then reduce the amount of sludge that the company produces and eliminate its need to purchase grid electricity. So this is already most probably not the first and definitely not the second investment round for that particular industry. This is already further downstream. From my side, I would say this also is a very topical need for the dairy industry in the Baltics, and then can be also implemented in a similar way in Estonia, in Latvia or Lithuania for the dairy plants that operate here. We could see here is a little bit large project cost and also loan amount of 50 million. So this shows the size of the corporate transaction. But of course, then for the public sector, also for the venture debt, the smaller loan size is also possible. I just wanted to show here, I see we are running a little bit out of time. This is the Northvolt, the large-scale production of lithium-ion batteries. This is an example of thematic impact finance, and my colleague Christian will speak further on the thematic finance later in his presentation. Here is an example of what we have done in project finance under investment plan for Europe. We have financed the first PPP in Latvia, and actually the first large-scale PPP project in the Baltic countries, Kekava Ring Road, which was signed last summer in July 2021, still under investment plan for Europe program. And the second example is something that our project finance team wanted to show of the conditions on which we could look at financing the renewable energy, such as, for example, the onshore wind project financing example. So these are just the theoretical conditions under which we could look on onshore wind project financing. I would like to note that usually for the project finance, the larger tickets, the larger loan amounts would be required. So we would like to finance up to 50% of senior debt, meaning that the other financiers can participate with us. And our minimum ticket size would be about 25-30 million euro loan. Thus, minimum project costs for EIB to be interested would be about 70 to 80 million euro. So this is the example from the project finance. Then if we move further on to the public sector, so these are the operations I have done, except Poland, as I'm responsible for the Baltic states. All these 4 operations were done under investment plan for Europe. So this is a good example of what we were able to achieve there. For example, University of Latvia, the corporate form in which it exists is a foundation. So it's not even a corporate entity. There is a special law on the University of Latvia. In a situation without FC guarantee, it would not have been possible to finance university on a standalone basis. Most probably a sovereign guarantee would have been required. So having the FC guarantee then allowed us to finance the first university in the Baltic states for the construction of its campus, and also to provide a significant support through the advisory hub to the University of Latvia. The second operation is a municipal company Again, it was Riga Transport Company. Again, it was financed on a standalone basis, thanks to the EFSI guarantee. If the EFSI guarantee were not in place, most probably a municipal guarantee would have been required, and the bank would not have been able to finance the company on a standalone basis. This project also is a good example of a sustainable transport, which carries a high priority for us, and we would be interested to do more such projects also under InvestEU. Tallinn Airport upgrade. We're very proud of this project. So I understand at some point it was nominated as the world's coziest airport. So as it is as Tallinn Airport is a small airport, again, for us to finance it on a standalone basis without EFSI guarantee would have been very difficult due to the size of the airport. Thanks to the EFSI guarantee, this project was realized. And then the city of Valbjik is a city in Silesia, the former coal mining area. Actually, this is a project where the financial challenges would have made it very difficult to finance if it were not for the EFSI guarantee. This was the project and comprised the urban revitalization of the former coal mining area. There was also a significant advisory component, and then my colleagues will speak later of how advisory could help projects in the early stage, then also start cooperation with us and hopefully to move on then to become a borrower at the EIB. So this is my last slide. This, again, a summary of what we would like to do under InvestEU in the public sector. As I mentioned already, the borrowers, the municipalities, municipal companies, usually are at the very early stage, as I have seen, for example, working under investment plan for Europe in the Baltics. Some of them probably have not yet borrowed even from commercial bank, and we are then, EIB is the first bank to talk to them. So these are very early stage projects where advisory could be a good way to start. The way to start cooperation then could be, for example, in policy area, where Jaspers could help the municipality to develop the strategic sustainable urban mobility plan, or even in the project preparation, such as very hands-on help in preparing the budget, in preparing the cash flow forecast, and generally preparing the potential borrowers to start their work with the EIB and to start their application process for the loan at the EIB. And of course, as also mentioned by the VP Thomas Ostras in the very beginning, the grants and the ELENA program for energy efficiency. These are grants for project preparation also, including the energy audits. So this is also a very, very important component, and the way how those early stage borrowers, smaller municipalities, smaller municipal companies could start working with us with the help of advisory, and then further on to evolve and become the borrower at the EIB. And then what we would be looking for, as mentioned here, of course, loans to municipal state-owned companies, specifically on the social investment and skills window, the new window which has come on board for the InvestEU program. I would be very interested to talk to universities to try to replicate what we have done with the University of Latvia already. So to try to do it in Estonia with the hospitals. So we have a good example here with North Estonia Hospital, which we have financed together with NIB and the Council of Europe Bank. And also, of course, to talk to smaller cities. Here, a good example, it was not done under EFSI, was not done under Investment Plan for Europe, but still it's a first non-capital city that we financed in the Baltic states. It's a city of Tartu, where we have signed the municipal framework loan to cover 50% of their 7-year investment program, which then respectively has also flexible conditions for allocation to projects after disbursement, and for also changing the investment program, because it's a quite a long-term period that we are planning then to cover with our loan. So this was done already in the city of Tartu, and I would be looking forward to talk to other Estonian cities or municipal companies. So that brings me to the end of my part. I would be glad to address any questions you might have later on. And then I would like to hand over to Christian. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marina. Christian, can you hear us?
So thank you, Marina. Thank you, Marco, and good morning from Luxembourg. My name is Cristian Antocci, and I'm in EIB's venture debt team, where we actually finance directly some of the most innovative companies in Europe. I am one of the officers working directly with the companies that we finance, and I'll try to shed some light today about what EIB does in venture debt and why we talk about it in relation to InvestEU. And in case you represent an innovative company that is looking for finance, to have a rough idea of whether you'd qualify and how to apply for this. But first, I'll take a couple of steps back for the context. In my colleague's presentation earlier, you might have noticed a couple of keywords that popped up, like innovation and sustainability, and that is because of their importance. So I'll talk first about innovation. And so why innovation? Innovation is actually what enables us to do things better than we previously could, maybe live better and healthier, or do things that we couldn't do before. In short, innovation improves our lives. But usually this innovation takes quite a long time. You don't know if the new product or service you created will work, or if it will be favorably received by the market. So innovation is actually inherently very high risk. But we, EIB, we are in the end a bank, and banks by nature hate risk. You don't get a job at the bank if you like risks. So this is where InvestEU comes in as a guarantee and would allow us to take the high risk of financing innovation. So how do we finance it? And maybe here I should start with a very quick background of the EIB group, maybe repeating again what Marina said, just to make sure we are all on the same page. So in the EIB group, there are two entities, the EIB, which is the Bank of the European Union, and the EIF. Now, as my colleague Marina mentioned, the easiest way to understand the difference is that the bank does mostly direct financing, so providing financing directly to companies, banks, EU states, and public institutions. But on the other side, EIF is in essence Europe's fund of funds, which participates in funds across Europe, so providing indirect innovation finance. I will be speaking on behalf of EIB, meaning direct finance or direct innovation finance. So EIB was known until recently more for financing very large infrastructure projects or large corporates and so on. However, around 6 years ago, we did a market study and saw that in Europe, there is a strong financing gap for very early stage and growth stage startups. So we started in consequence this program in 2016 to finance innovative startups and mid-caps in Europe, and we branded it as venture debt, and this was massively supported by the European Commission under the Juncker plan. The idea behind venture debt is to try to spot the next European tech champions and to encourage them to build up their R&D expertise in Europe instead of moving elsewhere. And ultimately to build a strong tech ecosystem here in Europe. In principle, this financing should support companies to cross that bridge where they need substantial capital to move on to the next level. This is the stage when lots of money are needed, and usually for quite a long time. So under the standard venture debt, which I will discuss first, the stage at which we would finance is when such startup or mid-cap would already have proven some commercial traction and already has VC investors. Later, towards the end of the presentation, I will touch also upon thematic finance, which is what allows us to finance even earlier stage, higher risk companies. So when reviewing whether we should invest into a company or not, we have largely the same approach as venture capital firms, looking at the market opportunity, business model, quality of management, and so on. However, we add a couple of extra levels of scrutiny. So you should expect in very broad terms the same approach that you would have from a venture capital firm, but with a few catches. So firstly, we're investing in technology, startups and mid-caps, where innovation mostly happens. So in terms of sectors, the project that we finance have to be in what are called policy priority areas, which are broadly speaking technologies that have the potential to improve Europe's sustainability and our lives. And to mention here, maybe biotech, medtech, green and sustainable technologies, processors, high-tech engineering, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, and I could continue. In short, if you're a high-tech company, then your sector would most likely qualify. Here, obviously, we are looking for innovative companies that would have their growth backed by their own intellectual property, whether this is patented or not. So we're looking on the venture debt to support development, actually, of the technologies, less than deployment. Then we'd also like to see already some professional investors into the company. And the last catch maybe is that the investments that we finance have to be in the European Union. Okay, so how does it work? It is essentially long-term debt financing of 5 to 8 years that takes equity type risk. So if you're such a company, so apart from getting the technology right and then figuring out how to go to the market, how to monetize your business model, a major issue of such a venture stage company is that they need some time to close a funding round. So such a transaction can take a number of months of time and energy from the management, and if you have been in this case, you know it very well. And then you have the dilution and maybe not being able to raise sufficient finance to cross the multiple valleys of death that wait for you. So we devised this simple structure that supports startups during this very capital-intensive period. Our process is not necessarily shorter, but the relatively sizable support that venture debt provides is critical, as normally the structure would cover such a company's financing needs over around 2-3 years. This would allow you, the management, to focus on actually doing business instead of chasing funding. Of course, we are also welcoming private funds into the structure, and most often, actually, what happens is that the new transactions are sourced from venture capital funds. We have our own engineers and conduct our own due diligence, so we have a lot of expertise already built in-house. Here you have a bit of literature, but just to draw your attention here on the sizes of the tickets. So we would finance between 5 and 50 million. And I think you'll get the slides at the end of the session, so you can have this as reference. Well, what I can say now is that you'd see that the structure is quite flexible, and we could accommodate quite a wide range of scenarios. Now here is a bit of marketing. So if you qualify for this type of financing, you see it's quite advantageous for everyone. The companies increase significantly their runway. They have much better predictability over their financing. Then it improves on the capital structure. This has a signaling effect, because you'll see if you work with us, it's not quite a walk in the park to get through the process. So if you see my hoodie, we call this internally adventure debt. I have actually another hoodie which says the Unicorn Factory. But somehow our diligence and the resilience of the companies that go through this seem to be very appreciated later by the market. For the founders, it's quite similar, and they get also much less diluted this way. For existing investors, again, it's a plus since it enhances their rate of returns and brings also a few other benefits, but I'll not insist on that. Then here, Moving on to the next slide, a few logos, some of which you might recognize. Also in Estonia, we have closed more than actually now 190 transactions. So the total portfolio stands at around more than 4 billion, and this is only in 6 years. Compared to the private market, for it to have a comparison, we have a proactive geographic sourcing policy. So our portfolio is by far the most diversified geographically, so the most diversified tech portfolio in Europe out of all the venture type providers of finance in Europe. And we actively try to source deals in each of the European countries. As regards sectors, we're covering in principle all the tech sectors, and we roughly split between life sciences like biotech and medtech, and all the other tech sectors like robotics, automation, AI space, quantum computing, software platforms, fintech, cybersecurity. So if it's tech sectors, name it, and it's most likely here. Now it would be, I think, even better to follow up with a couple of examples. The first one that we're super proud of is Starship. It's pretty famous, but in case you don't know about them, they make the world's probably coolest delivery robots. While the robots look cute and simple, the artificial intelligence that makes these small creatures navigate autonomously cities is probably the same complexity level as automotive autonomous driving, which has some challenges, but actually a lot of challenges, but somehow Starship really nailed it. It works very well already and is way ahead of any competition. This requires enormous spending, and a lot of this spending comes here actually in Tallinn, where the company has an R&D center. I encourage you to download their application, the Starship application, and try ordering if you haven't already. Then moving on to the next, to start backwards with Magazino. Magazino builds again robots that can pick or place items in a warehouse or bring items to the production lines autonomously. It is a task that might seem very simple for us humans to do, but very difficult for robots. But again, also this company nailed it. And the beauty of it is like in all these kind of fleets of robots. So once the robot learns how to better identify an item through artificial intelligence, that knowledge is instantly available to all the others. The market potential of this is massive, and imagination is the only limit of where these guys could go in warehouse automation. If you think that a lot of commerce is moving online. Then Prophecy, another example that we're proud of is this company created a sensor that mimics the way the human eye and brain see. So if you look at how we actually see, the humans only see 5, maybe up to 15% of what we think we see. The rest is actually built by our brains based on previous experience, memories, and so on. So at the same time, the classical vision for machines, so how the robots see, was based on the same sensors, like in the very popular digital cameras, which for the purpose of a robot are very, very inefficient because they transmit tons of data frame by frame. So these guys had the idea of building sensors and machine intelligence that are efficient and as efficient as the human eye, and somehow replicate this way of working. Same here. It's a massive potential, but until you get to realize this potential, you need this patient capital that doesn't dilute the business like crazy, and this is where we come in to finance it. The InvestEU allows us to take more risk and finance such companies. At the beginning, I mentioned about innovation and sustainability. Until now, it was more about innovation, and while the two are strongly related, I'll focus a bit more on the sustainability part. So for truly exceptional projects that are at an earlier TRL stage that I mentioned for venture debt, there is also thematic finance that we provide. So here we are looking for flagship projects that are really disruptive in improving our lives. And I'm talking here about innovation in health, sustainable investments, and future technologies. The key difference from venture debt is that typically under the thematic finance, we can look at even riskier projects than with the standard venture debt, but there are only a number of sectors that qualify here, so that's a catch. You have here on this page a non-exhaustive list that would qualify under thematic finance, and just a couple of examples to illustrate. In health, for example, we are seeking to finance development of drugs for infectious diseases or vaccines. So some notorious examples are the financing of the development of COVID vaccines by BioNTech, and then testing devices. So these are some examples that we did in the past couple of years. Another example would be clean energy innovation projects, where we are looking to finance, for example, renewable energy technologies, smart energy systems, energy storage, carbon capture and storage, and so on. In terms of structure, actually, thematic finance can be under the form of either venture debt, so it would be a very, very similar structure, or as project finance, depending on the case. Now to the next slide, focuses a bit more on one of the most important points of thematic finance, namely clean energy. You know now recently that this is gaining really, really big importance. You have here a few examples of what could qualify here, together with some logos of companies that we financed already. Another key component of the sustainable investments eligibility is future mobility, and you have again here a few examples of what we did so far. But again, you'll get the slides at the end, and you can have it as reference. And again, for the purpose of the presentation, we cannot include like all the eligibilities in here. So if you're a tech sector, you think the company is doing something very good, then I'd get in touch with us. So I've tried to give you a flavor of what we do on the innovation and sustainability financing, and this is in relation to InvestEU, which enhances our risk-taking capacity. There's a lot more to say, so if you're one of those companies, innovative companies, then just get in touch with us and we'll be happy to discuss how we can finance your project. We'll have a dedicated form on our website going live in around June, but until then you can apply directly by sending us an email. So thank you.
So I will take over the, it's okay? Can you hear me well? Okay. So I will take over the moderation. Oh, actually not, so sorry. Marco, I was just joking. So my name is Ando Siitam. I'm part of the advisory services team at the European Investment Bank. Since 2015, when I left Estonia, I have been responsible for managing various advisory programs and initiatives. And more recently, I was part of the core team negotiating the advisory hub programs and signed the advisory agreement with the Commission early March this year. So I think we are running a bit late in terms of the agenda of today. So I try to be brief, but also I'm very thankful that the previous speakers have actually touched several times already the importance of advisory support. And I think it's a growing need across all sectors, across all beneficiaries for various reasons. Because let's imagine that we're living in an ideal world. So in an ideal world, enterprise or entrepreneur has an idea. They also have all resources, financing, people, skills, capacity to implement the ideas and do the investment. But unfortunately, we are not living in an ideal world. So often we are missing something. Well, either we're missing the financing, or we are missing the skills needed to materialize the ideas we have. And that's where advisory support actually can come into play and make an impact. So advisory support can tackle various levels. So if we just know, okay, I have to turn this by myself. Then it's important to understand that the advisory support can be implemented across all different sectors, but due to the limited resources available also from the EU level, we are having some sort of a focus areas. So obviously one of the objectives of the advisory hub is to also to contribute to the achievement of green and digital transition, what has been also mentioned earlier today several times already. So the advisory support offered by the EIB group will be also available throughout the project lifecycle, meaning that we can take and we can support and work with the project promoters from very early stages to nurture the projects and make them more mature and eventually bankable, what also my colleague Marina mentioned earlier, that we can finance mature projects that are bankable, so we can make that happen. More and more often, we are always also witnessing that there is a need for capacity building activities. What we mean capacity building, we will come back to that later on. But capacity building itself can happen also at various levels. So we can help the project promoters, the entrepreneurs, but more increasingly we have seen that we need to also provide support for financial intermediaries. Financial intermediaries who are working together with us, being commercial banks, national promotional institutions and banks like Credex or MES in Estonia as well. Also various fund managers. So we also try to help them to develop new products, but also to understand the new areas where they can build their pipelines. So essentially, the underlying role of the advisory hub is really to build up the pipeline of sustainable investment projects. And doing that, we can also help the projects to get the funding under the InvestEU fund. One more important point here, what I want to mention is that quite often we also see that the governments or the regional authorities are providing grants, which is quite often is not the most efficient way to use public resources. So more and more throughout the last years, we have helped public sector authorities design better public policy measures called financial instruments, where the public support is provided through grants or loans or risk capital for the investments. And also, we help public sector authorities to combine various resources, being them under InvestEU, being them directly from the national authority, the government budgets, or other EU funding sources. So now, maybe to a bit zoom out again, just to capture maybe or repeat the main principles of the InvestEU Advisory Hub. So as already said before, this is not a new thing. It's not a revolutionary. It's more evolutionary. So the InvestEU Advisory Hub is building on we are calling the previous predecessor as EIA, which is a European Investment Advisory Hub. So some of you maybe have heard about that. But also at the same time, the Commission tried to also captured other various advisory programs and initiatives under the same umbrella, so it would make it more approachable for beneficiaries who would like to get access to advisory support, and you don't have to look for various websites, various institutions where to get support. So that is the underlying reason for InvestEU Advisory Hub. What is different compared to the previous advisory hub is that the EIB is not only the sole advisory partner. We are now the main advisory partner, what was also mentioned before, that we will implement up to 75% of the advisory resources being made available, meaning that later on throughout the years there will be other national promotional banks or institutions or international financial institutions that may want to also offer advisory support in their respective expertise fields. But that being said, I think the benefit of the approaching the EIB as an advisory partner is that actually the project promoters or anyone actually can access to EIB extensive financial expertise, but also technical expertise. We have hundreds of experts in-house who can work with you throughout the project life cycle, what I mentioned before. So this is broadly the range of, or let's say, from one end objectives, and then why the InvestEU Advisory Hub is there. So if we now move on and zoom in a little bit, what we are going to offer. So this is, please keep in mind that this is only what the EIB group will be offering as advisory partners. So there might be other advisory services coming later on. So also what has been mentioned already earlier, you will see the familiar names or the initiatives that has been implemented already a good number of years. For instance, Elena, set up in 2009, if I'm not wrong. Jasper's also many years in operation. So many of those initiatives you might have been encountered before will be actually continuing, but under the single InvestEU Advisory Hub umbrella. Also, what has been mentioned before, that we will also target all four policy windows, so sustainable infrastructure, SMEs, research, innovation, digitalization. Now more and more important area of social investment and skills, obviously. And what is a bit different compared to the EU InvestEU fund is that we also have a cross-sectoral window. It is more for technical purpose, and it's not really, it's not important for you to understand, keep in mind or memorize it, that there is a fifth cross-sectoral window. It's more for us, that because there are certain elements that are cross-cutting, they're horizontal and not really meant only for serving one specific policy window. So, but if we just maybe have a quick look, what we are going to offer here is that many of those keywords here actually have the reference to the previous advisory support. So for instance, under the research, innovation, digitalization, as also mentioned before, we basically continue with Innofin advisory. Under microfinance and social entrepreneurship finance, for instance, we will continue the so-called easy advisory support. We also now would like to beef up and enhance some support for education and skills, for instance, which will also continuation, but more features. So, and then I guess in terms of the emphasis and focus, obviously the focus will be mostly on sustainability, climate action, environmental sustainability. So obviously sustainable infrastructure, Elena support, but other advisory support will be available for various sectors. Just mentioning maybe space, maybe something innovative for Estonians to explore, but also bioeconomy, natural capital, usual transport. sustainable transport I have to emphasize. So there's a lot of areas still be captured, covered by advisory support. So I think, the aim of this slide is not really to memorize, what exactly are the keywords here, but just keep in mind that we can work and we can cover broad range of sectors, broad range of advisory beneficiaries. And the best way is really to approach us. We can work together, we can jointly work out, what are the needs exactly, so that you will receive the best advisory support really to take your investment projects into the next level. So shortly and briefly about the types of advisory support we're going to offer. And again, this is not nothing revolutionary. It's basically continuation, the activities, what we have done, but maybe now more structured, in a more structured way. The most and the biggest emphasis will be on project advisory. So we will really want to work with the projects, at the early stage, where there's a need for project preparation or identification. So we can work with the project promoters, or we can also work with the public sector authorities to help them to build up the pipeline of public investments. Also, and that's my specialty and my expertise is also we can help public sector authorities to design and set up financial instruments and investment platforms, so to make the financing available and complement the private sector investments. On the capacity building, we again mentioned several times, it's important to provide support also, not only for the project promoters themselves, but also for financial intermediaries. And we are seeing that during a couple of last years, this is the area where we need to put more emphasis and focus. Simply because thanks to the new rules coming under InvestEU, but things like the EU taxonomy or the other regulatory rules and procedures, naming state aid or procurement practices. So we can all help financial intermediaries to navigate through the maze of this kind of legislative package. And later on, we'll also show some of the examples what we have already done, and we will also continue doing. And last but not least, this is more upstream advisory support, this is market development. So we can work together with the Commission representatives to do policy work, to understand what can be done at the EU level to unblock the investments in various areas. So we can dive in and do the feasibility studies, look what's needed to be done at the EU level, that the investments on the ground in member states can happen. So for instance, recently we just finalized the study on power purchase agreements. So if someone is active in energy sector or renewable energy, then I guess you might have heard about this English term. But also, the idea of the market development is also to provide awareness raising and then communication activities. Throughout that we can reach out to all potential interested parties to benefit from the advisory support. So let's be now a bit more practical, or let's say down to earth, and then maybe to showcase what we have done up until now under various advisory initiatives, and that's basically what also will continue going forward. So the first example is from the innovation area. For the project finance, venture debt support. So basically, we helped quite new startup called CPearl. It's established in various EU countries. I think in 3 EU countries they have offices. It's established, I think, 2019. So it's a very new, innovative company. So, and then to support them to get to the access to funding, we helped them to design the investor material, but also business plans. So we can help them and work with the corporates to really to develop their business plans, reach out to potential investors, but at the same time we also can support them by funding from the EIB side itself. So for that case, we provided advisor support, which basically led also to the financing from the EIB later on. Then, if we are going to look more at the public sector beneficiaries, then here is just one example of what kind of support we can offer to municipalities, regions, and even the national authorities like ministries, agencies. It's an example from Greece, where we helped the ministry to develop the strategy how to replace the old public transport with a newer and more efficient urban transport means. So and this case is also is a perfect example where different streams of advisory support can be bundled. So in that case, for instance, Jaspers supported the ministry, and then the advisory hub itself complemented the support that Jaspers provided. So all in all, it was a more comprehensive advisory package that also helped the authorities to move on with the investment plan. Then I think today also several times already mentioned ELENA, which stands actually for European Local Energy Assistance. And I actually put them in the map on purpose here, because if you check the map, there is a white color on the Estonian, so Estonia is not covered. So the ELENA is something we are quite proud of. It is a grant support available for project promoters, for project development support. It is a grant, so it's a grant. But for some reasons or another, Estonians never basically picked up this support. I know that there are some discussions ongoing, but hopefully we can also color Estonia in orange very, very soon. But again, in this area, what we can do is broadly in area of energy efficiency and renewable energy and urban transport. So I know that Kredex has a long history and very successful history of implementing and providing support to residential buildings in energy efficiency. But one of the areas, I guess, which is not very well developed in Estonia is, for instance, energy performance contracting, or the ESCOs, it's energy savings companies that can also help to implement those investments on the ground. If there is a lack of capacity from let's say, project promoter side. So we have quite a good outreach on that specific topics. And this is also another good example where we actually started from high level work. So at the EU level, we work with Eurostat to make sure that the EPC investments are really off-balance sheet. If that says to someone from the Ministry of Finance or other ministries that off-balance sheet investment, energy efficiency investments off-balance sheet is a quite crucial thing, and that's what we try to achieve working together with the Eurostat. And then after that, we're actually now having more and more bilateral assignments with the member states. We can design the national legislation to cater this specific needs of investments. Last but not least is the work that we are now doing more and more for financial intermediaries. So just recently we launched the Green Gateway, so it's accessible from EIB website. And it's meant for financial intermediaries working with the EIB for time being. In the future, there will be also similar tool for financial intermediaries who will work with a European Investment Fund. And my colleagues later on will also talk about and what will they offer under InvestEU. But essentially, there will be a flagship project called Sustainability Guarantee Product. So it will be a very comprehensive product that will be offered. And it is a very technical matter to digest, and I think there we can help financial intermediaries to understand the needs, the eligibility criteria, and also we can provide them trainings, learning materials, just to cope with the new requirements, and then I mean, because we need to provide more and more offered support to them, because they are the key partners delivering the InvestEU advisory on the ground, not advisory but also InvestEU guarantee on the ground. So that's it from my side. So what was said before also from my Commission colleague, the InvestEU Advisory Hub will be centrally managed by European Commission. So the first link is that if you click that, you will get to the special section under the InvestEU website. And there's a tool that can also help you to go through the quick wizard to understand which areas there might be advisor support for you. And then the second link is to our EIB website, where you can also deep dive into the various areas of advisor support already available, and that will be available in short term of time. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ando. So this was the presentation regarding direct investment and advisory by the European Investment Bank. Later, after the networking break, we will have the presentation for financial intermediary, where both EIB and EIF, as you know, EIF is the daughter company of the European Investment Bank group, specializing in financing and supporting SMEs. Now we will start with panel discussion. I would like to introduce you to Vivian Lonela. She's the head of the representation of the European Commission here in Tallinn. She's an expert in the Green Deal, cybersecurity, and she's also very knowledgeable about diplomatic relations. Please, Vivian, come on stage. I would like to ask also to Sandrine Creuset from the European Investment Bank. She's a director of operation of BSNE, that is the Baltic Sea and Nordic countries. I would like to also ask Maive to come on stage. You already know Maive. And also, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Raivo Vasnu, Managing Director at NPM Silmet. Thank you very much. Kaire, sorry. Kaire, sorry, Manager of Treasury at Luminor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. And good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. And thanks a lot to the panel. We've had a chance already to discuss earlier today of all the different challenges that we have. And I think with this excellent panel, thanks so much for being here, we have a possibility to now look into more specifically what the challenges are, where we see that what can be done better, and where we need more steps to be taken. But without further ado, because I'm keeping an eye on the clock and seeing that we are a little bit behind our schedule, we would go through it. Please do also, in case you have questions, type them into the system so that we can take them here and integrate them into the discussion. But Maive, I would start with you. You already explained to us from your experience as working in the Commission in the area of entrepreneurship and internal market and all what is needed when it comes to the actually industrial needs of the European Union at the moment. But when we go specifically to the financing, what is the aim of this meeting today, where do you see what are the biggest challenges to the current situation?
Well, thank you. This is already quite a broad question, so maybe I will mention three elements here. So first of all, somebody just said that those people who don't like risk, they don't go into banking. Was it one of the speakers before me? So maybe the first point to say is that, of course, uncertainty is very high now. And the uncertainty, first of all, coming from this kind of a disruption in the normal supply chains, which we have taken for granted for a long time. So this first point for me that makes funding of projects more complex is that we no longer can rely maybe on the data and the usual, let's say, way of our businesses operating, and this uncertainty about inputs to the industries, uncertainty about whether what will be the role of Russia in future. So all of this plays, I think, a big role and makes maybe the assessment of projects somewhat more complex. And secondly, of course, I would say the huge transition towards different energy sources will be a major shift. And we see it already appearing, and maybe we don't see all of it yet appearing. We see the very high energy costs in Europe. We see the push towards going to green or renewable sources. But we also see, of course, that this will not happen overnight. And this is, I would say, also an additional source of, in a way, uncertainty, but also a major need for investments and very rapid investments in everything that is in renewable energy side, and then also for temporarily, of course, the gas is seen as temporary source of energy, also into actually really cutting the dependence on Russian gas and other fossil sources. And then maybe a third element for me is something that I mentioned also in the opening speech, the availability of raw materials. This is a topic we don't really talk about much. And when we think in terms of green transition, digital transition, in fact, the various raw materials needed will be 3 or 4 times more. Well, I think one of the projects EIB showed was about lithium mine in the Nordic countries. So this type of mining, extraction, refinement, and also, of course, circular economy needed for the raw materials availability is maybe a third area which we haven't maybe considered so much. And I noticed that Estonia has not even asked for the advisory help to cover the various infrastructure projects. Maybe that would be something to be actually added, since when we talk about this large-scale, rather complex projects, I think advisory would be helpful. And certainly also for the EIB to actually include these topics in the areas to be covered is still another line of work for us to still continue working on.
Thank you. Well, that gives us a good understanding of the, let's say, the issues at the strategic level. But then now going, Raivo, to really to the to the specifics of a company which, as you are heading the NPM Sinmet, it's a company which does exactly what we want companies to do. It invests heavily in research and development. But how do you see from your side, from the practitioner's angle, the financing issues related to that?
Okay, I will start with challenges what I had of supply chain. If last couple of decades we have seen the globalization, COVID brings us situations that the world is much bigger than it was 3 years ago. Not by kilometers, the same 40,000, it's still there. But if we look at time to getting the sea container from the United States before COVID, 30 days, today it's 90. Mm-hmm. In 19th century, Jules Verne wrote a book with 80 days around the world. It was 200 years ago. Today it's a time when the sea container reaches us from States. And the mess in logistics still continues. European harbors somehow started to be something like Bermuda Triangle. Your goods can disappear for months there. They promise that this mess will be solved in 2023, 24. Mm-hmm. We hope so. But it's a clear sign that the time of this kind of long supply chains for us, our supply chain starts from Brazil, finishes in Japan. These times are over. They are not reliable anymore. We have to look for raw material sources that are much closer to us, and also customers. We expected that the mess and this tax wars will start in 2025, not earlier. Because everybody knows that there was planned to establish CO2 taxes, and taxes from our side means taxes from another side, and supply chains and also our customers prepared for 2025 with a request that please take half of your production out of China on this date, but everything started much earlier, already end of last year with this magic new tool called sanctions. The number of list of sanctions today is so long that, and they are produced so fast that even our lawyers are not managing to read all of them. But it's a new framework what is not helping to develop the business here with additional risks. What else? The availability of raw materials, this is the issue. Because not all the raw materials are divided equally between the different countries or even between different continents. There is no diamonds in Estonia. It means we have to take them from somewhere. And also new customers. If we are talking about the Green Deal and the money what is supposed to go to this green transformation, now this project has a very strong and very important competitor, defense. If we took the same 1% from German GDP and look what is the size of the number, compare with a Green Deal funds, we see that the numbers are quite equal. Only difference that defense, it's a part of the economy who is ready to pay immediately and take the material. With Green Deal, we are talking about project, it takes time, but the amount of material is limited. It means there will be competition. About the financing, financing today is even running the regular business. It's an issue. Decades there was a quite popular this lean ideology that let's build a lean plant, everything, no storages, no safety raw material stock. Congratulations to lean trainers, they have lost their job for next 3, 4, 5 years. Because first plants who today stopped, they are lean plants. And what's interesting, these old-fashioned plants still working. It means we're living in an interesting time.
Thank you. That's certainly I think can be said every day nowadays that we're living in an interesting time. Just to add on something which you were saying on comparing the green and defense investments, I think in fact when we look at the defense side, we're speaking only in Europe about 70 billion euros which are going as additional money to defense expenditure, and that's something which will create the same issue of demand and supply, because for years there has not been such a habit of buying at such enormous amounts. So I think it's besides the topic of this discussion, but it's certainly something which will come back to as an issue as well. But when it comes, I mean, now we've heard where the challenges are very clearly, and thank you for that. But Sandrine, where do you see from the side of EIB as well, and of course from the point of view of the whole discussion of today, of the InvestEU, of the Innovation Fund, from the Single Market Program, where do you see that we can help work on those issues that the markets are facing and that the businesses are facing?
Thank you very much. Well, indeed, there are a lot of challenges, and obviously InvestEU is not tailored to meet all those challenges, that's for sure. But you were mentioning, and you as well, you were mentioning the Green Deal, and if you have a look at the Green Deal, which was actually set up a few years ago, so without the current challenges, what the Green Deal wanted to achieve and InvestEU is exactly what's supposed to help the climate, but it happens that most of the measures foreseen there are also going to help us in the current situation, because the Green Deal was saying, okay, I want to decarbonize, I want to move to renewable energies. I want to save as much energy as possible, because buildings use 40% of the energy that account for 40% of the CO2 emissions. They said, well, indeed, raw materials, crucial raw materials, are not spread evenly in the world, and
let's try also to recycle, because if we do have those raw materials in Europe, but if they are just in waste, then it's a pity. We are just wasting resources. So there are a number and of course innovation. Innovation is very important, but innovation takes time. So there are things that we can do immediately, and of course EIB is focusing at the long term. So there are things that needs to be done immediately, crisis management issues, like for example, this new LNG terminal, which is in planning together with Finland, which will surely help, but this is something which is a very short-term response. And there, this is also because of the policy that we have in terms of energy lending, not something where we can help, but when we look at decarbonization, indeed, investment in production, because what I forgot to mention, one also of the main goals that the Green wanted to achieve was also shorter supply chains, which were actually in order to mitigate the impact on the environment. But nowadays we realize that actually there are also an element of resilience of the economy. So under InvestEU, you are actually mentioning indeed the most important parts. Now, when you have increased uncertainty, then the market becomes more risk adverse. As you were also rightly saying, because of the supply chain issues, actually companies now have to tie up much more capital on their balance sheets. And this is capital which is not available for investments. And actually the real pitfall in my view is that we have already 2 years of COVID where from a human resource perspective, in the public sector and in the private sector already, everybody was on crisis management modus and did not have the capacity just to plan for the longer term. And now we are facing again a crisis which will again prevent us from thinking, about long-term solutions. So what does InvestEU? InvestEU will allow, for example, the banks to de-risk their balance sheets, so that maybe in the current situation, they would have reduced their lending, and there it will help actually maintain a certain level of lending in the market. InvestEU will help also the energy transition. We were mentioning, for example, in project finance, you have certain requests from the investment because money is there, but of course in the current environment, if you are a pension fund, then you might be a bit hesitant to invest because actually the money that is entrusted to you, you are not supposed to lose it, you are supposed to get more from it. So if you have somebody who provides maybe an additional equity layer in a project finance or a guarantee for energy prices, then you might decide to invest because your analysis of the risk then gets better. So we have different aspects, and of course the one aspect which is not being mentioned is indeed the social aspect, because we also have the risk now of energy poverty, of people who need to make a choice between heating their house or their apartment and maybe having some other crucial expenses. And there, because the public resources are already so much strained with the crisis management, increased defense spending, there you also have the possibility to create instruments which allow the leverage also of private resources. And with a combination of grants and guarantees and public sector, private money, then to achieve those investments which are really crucial, while keeping the energy bill of the people at the same level or even reduce it. So these are the few things that actually InvestEU could help do and achieve.
Thank you very much, because indeed, I think the challenges you go through it's clear that this is where we are. We need to make sure that, and this is what we've been doing now for the past 2 years with the different funds, of course, in making sure that the industry and the businesses in Europe manage to stay above the water, so to say. We had a very good year here in Estonia last year. But when we look at, and yesterday the Bank of Estonia announced their economic forecast for the next years, then we see that for this coming year and next year, it's something which has come with a challenge, and add to that the rising prices. So it's certainly a place where you need to have the more help and more support also then to the services. One of the issues, and now I'll come to you, Kaire, is what is the issue about the access to finance, because that in the case of Estonia, it's something where we do in the European Commission those recommendations to each country. And for Estonia, this access to finance, when it comes to, especially to the small and medium-sized enterprises, is something that has come up a few times, especially for this reason that the structure of the financial institutions in Estonia, and then where you have to see if the companies in Estonia get enough financing for innovation capacity, especially. How do you see that from your side, working in a bank?
Yes, from a bank perspective, of course, we need to be there for customers and offer all the products they need, and also lending. And actually, we have done a very specific transaction started 2 years ago with EIB and EIF group. It was a synthetic securitization. And the aim was basically to support our customers, especially small, medium cap entities, and have this COVID response basically to help them through the crisis and have a very specific conditions and lending opportunities for leasing, credit lines, loans. And this was all Baltics, not only Estonia, because Luminor is a Baltic bank. We are offering the same products in each country. And the total amount was approximately 660 million. So it was quite a good benefit for customers, and it was very successful. Definitely we need to look more opportunities to support based on the different conditions. And I think that this full program for us was also very important for Luminor, because it also helped us to achieve our goals and reduce risk-weighted assets, reduce the cost, and be good also for our bank perspective, and at the same time to support our customers. So I think definitely very good to look forward such programs with cooperation with EIB and EIF going forward.
Thank you. Well, I think we've now, when we still have 10 minutes left of this discussion, we've certainly mapped all the challenges that we have. We have issues with the supply chain, we have issues with financing, we have issues with the necessary investments that are needed now to make sure that we make this green transition, which is something where you've seen also, our previous speaker was mentioning this taxonomy, you're also seeing the changes in the discussions that the European policymakers are doing because of the geopolitical shift. Whereas previous years, the push was to move away as fast as possible from the so-called brown energy, be it then coal or oil shale, and go into transitional energy sources in between, such as gas. Now, of course, for geopolitical reasons, knowing that the gas comes from Russia, this is something that is set aside, and rather concentrate on moving faster to the renewable energies, while keeping then at the same time the so-called brown energies in action for longer. And the Commission has even made these calculations which say that for the climate footprint or for the greenhouse gases, it would come down to the same thing, which in a way, as an Estonian, is very reassuring when we look at it from the point of view, as we do on everything in Estonia, of geopolitics, that this need to change the European dependence on Russian oil and gas is something that can be done also from the climate point of view, and we'll continue to work on that. But Maive, if you'd want to go now into and give us also a little bit of insight what the discussions in the Commission have been lately now, let's say over the past 6 weeks, of how do we make sure that we actually get more financing then to where it's needed and when it comes to this change that the businesses have to take.
Thank you. Maybe I'll actually comment on the things that you mentioned on the transition, and maybe from the angle of the countries who are on the border with Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. What we certainly see is that the Russian aggression in Ukraine is, of course, having a bigger impact on these border countries than perhaps elsewhere in Europe. And certainly looking at also the exposure that our companies have. We, as Baltic countries, if you look at, for example, the share of exports that has been towards Russia, Estonia has more than 4%. Well, if you take the share of exports that goes to Russia and compare to Estonian GDP, it's more than 4% compared to the GDP size. And it's double or even more than double of the EU average. In Latvia and Lithuania, their exports towards Russia have been even bigger. So of course, this crisis we now face is having more impact here. And on top of it, of course, the very large number of people fleeing the war from Ukraine also has impact on this economy. So I wonder really whether also Bank of Estonia has had all the elements to even make a good projection. So I still come back to this point of uncertainty, which is, I think, a big point. And then what it means really for public policymakers and maybe also for the banking sector here. As to the public policy that Commission is discussing around the overall energy mix, certainly, as you said, the first idea, well, maybe also I would say the bigger issue is around 4 blocks. First, the sanctions must work. So this is kind of a very clear and agreed line. The sanctions must work. There shouldn't be any circumvention or weakening and so on. Secondly, of course, we have to make sure that the refugees who come would be welcome, would be fast integrated to our economies. There we have had actually yesterday or day before, the recognition of the professional qualifications. How can we integrate these people faster? This is all, I think, also an important area of work. Thirdly, how can we help Ukraine to stand this aggression and to maybe now also restart the economy? And not to be so forgotten, the area that we need to be looking into is how our own European, Estonian businesses come through these difficult times and what needs to be done. On the energy transition, certainly the recognition is that when we talk about gas, we have to very rapidly find ways of replacing Russian gas, either with gas from somewhere else, or even better, switch to different energy sources, talking about electrification of some production, let's say, technologies in our industries. We are, as DG GROW now, very much involved in ramping up various technologies in Europe, such as, you have seen this Repower Europe communication, such as biogas, also opportunities to be utilized here in Estonia. That was an interesting, actually, example from EIB, from a biogas plant in Poland. Secondly, heat pumps. Helsinki and Stockholm have very interesting large-scale heat pumps for their district heating. Maybe could be possible here in Tallinn as well. Solar panels on rooftops, on buildings, on parking lots, everywhere where one can have solar panels together with storage. And of course, wind energy, which is a big issue here as well. So this is a kind of on the energy transition. But when we think in terms of banking, maybe 3 things to mention. First, because the uncertainty is big, there is really, I think, a larger than ever need to understand how these various public measures work, and also what we just heard, how the sanctions work. So I see a need in the banks to be very much aware of what are the policy decisions, what are the sanctions, how they operate, and then, of course, also where can one find the sources for de-risking the projects. Secondly, very big need for large-scale project finance. And this is not quite as straightforward. I would believe that here the advisory hub that EIB offers is a big help, because we are thinking in terms of blending. It's not just one big bulk of money coming just from one source. One has to be able to blend together public and private and various sources. And the third point is, I think, a big need for additional export credits and export guarantees, everything that helps companies to rebuild these value chains within Europe or maybe also in third countries, which are, I would say, friendly and reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the practitioners to follow up
Oh,
on
it
that?
would be not political correct. About the sanctions, yes, they are working. They are working in the area. What do we know? If we look our energy bill, yes, it works. If we go to shop, yes, it works. No. If we look the ruble rate against the United States dollar, it's today higher than it was one day before war.
But it's artificial.
Huh?
It's artificial. It has nothing to do with the actual value of the ruble. It's something which has been organized by the central bank.
Okay.
It's not about sanctions.
But
huh? Yes, we can make the sanctions, and yesterday already first bank, what is also active in Estonia, decided that they will not manage anymore with these sanctions. They will stop all movements to direction of Belarus and Russia, because to check the list of sanctions, it's practically not possible. To check fully, completely the list of sanctions, it takes 30 days. 30 days for bank transfer, it's not anymore banking. It's something else. How long we will live with this, according to the prognosis, list with 10,000 names at the end of this month, how sustainable this is, I don't know.
Well, hopefully Mr. Putin will take a good choice and take the forces out from Ukraine, and we will be all very happy for that.
Yes, I know some loves to Mr. Putin, and already we have sanctions young ladies who, according to our opinion, are their daughters, his daughters, but okay. But if we talk about supply chain and this change to electricity in our everyday, in cars, the same windmills, we have to recognize that we are strongly depending on one another big player, on China. 95% of our electrical cars, engines, can't be built without Chinese help. It means we are depending on decisions of Chinese Communist Party. And to do with something, we have to speed up, to build up our own capabilities, to build magnets, to build the electrical motors, to build the windmills from zero to final motor. We have subsidized strongly from European Union side microchip production. But we didn't spend any cent for the raw material of microchip. The bottom is tantalum. There are how many? 90 tons of tantalum produced in Europe per year. It means we will have a big, nice microchip plant in Germany, not only one, couple of them, who will buy the raw material, basic raw material not from Europe. These basic things what must be solved fast, really fast. Another way we will be in trouble.
Thank you. I think this actually, I see that the time is finishing, but I see also that this actually, as a substantial conclusion of this panel, is more than correct, and thank you for that. And I think that is, I mean, of course, we always say from the European Union side that we're already working on it, but I can assure you, and I'm happy to do so, that we are working on it, and it's things which of course take time, but at least what is the, looking at it from the constructive or more positive angle, that already for the first thing, this issue has been fully acknowledged. The issue with the supply chains, this is something that the policymakers at the European Union have fully grasped. And when we look at the dependence, be it then on China in that case, and when it comes to raw materials, this is also something which is very visible. And the Commission issued, I think, 2 years ago also its own analysis on where the raw materials are coming from. And I agree, the map was very much tilted on China, but we are mapping also what are the possibilities in Africa, what are the possibilities in South America, and making sure that we there also, because when you look at it, it's also an issue which the European Union doesn't want to be naive when it comes to China, but also when it comes to our cooperation with countries in Africa or in South America which have those resources, where the European Union is the one who's giving all the development aid, but where we need to also make sure that then it's not China who is, not this example that President von der Leyen always gives, that we are building the road between the port owned by China to the mine owned by China. And this is something which is really, I can assure you, I think it's a high at the political agenda, and we're working on it and make sure that we come to a better solution there. But thank you so much. So now we will continue with the discussions, going more into the details on the financing and where we really can see that the EU money can help when it comes to doing what Silmet is already doing, as I said, on the research and development. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I hope you, hello. So I hope you enjoyed the networking break. So now we start with the second part of this event. I would like to welcome on stage Virginia Gechaite. Virginia is a senior loan officer at the European Investment Bank. She will start talking about what the EIB can do for SMEs and our product for financial intermediaries. Then we will have a presentation from Barry McGrath, who is a senior manager at the European Investment Fund. So Barry will present what the EIF is. As you know, EIF is the daughter company of the EIB that is specialized in supporting SMEs, both with guarantees, but also investing in funds. And then the second part, we'll have Chris here that will present all our activity with funds and venture capital. So, Virginia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello and good day, everyone. Thank you for coming here today and expressing your interest in this event. So I am Virginia Gechaite, a loan officer at EIB, working with financial intermediaries in Baltic Sea and Northern Europe in the domain of debt. So in the context of InvestEU, actually the range of the products that are available to be deployed by EIB is not as wide as the product range that is available for our EIF colleagues. We do offer a green securitization, meaning that all the assets in the securitized pool has to be green. And in the current situation for many banks, it is a bit of a challenge to have a meaningful size portfolio of green assets. So therefore, I'd like to use this session as a platform to present other products that are available at EIB, which are not necessarily linked to any mandate, but they are deployed under EIB own risk. So I would categorize these products into two broad sections. Mainly, it is a funding product and risk-sharing products. So let's start with the funding product, and it is called multi-beneficiary intermediated loan, or as an acronym suggests, MBIL. And what it is a loan from EIB to the bank, which is then further used to on-lend to SMEs or mid-caps, or in some cases, private individuals, provided that projects that for the private individuals are related to the climate action. So what are the benefits of this MBILs to the financial intermediaries? Well, firstly, they come in a very long tenors, for example, 12 years. There is a flexibility to draw these loans in several tranches, and there is no commitment fee payable for the first 12 months. They are available in several currencies. And given that EIB is a multilateral development bank, we fund ourselves at a low cost, which we then share with the final beneficiaries, i.e. SMEs and mid-caps. How does that work in practice? Well, when we sign a guarantee with the bank commits to transfer a financial advantage in the form of margin reduction to the final beneficiaries, again, SMEs and mid-caps. And the total transfer of this financial advantage has to equal to the size of the loan received from the EIB. EIB is a very much policy-driven bank. We support EU policy goals, one of them being providing an easier access to finance to SMEs at a reduced funding cost. And this multi-beneficiary intermediated loan achieves just that. I'd like to move on right now to a risk-sharing products, and later on just come back to another funding product that is available, and it's a bit more specific, and we'll discuss about that later on. But risk-sharing products, there are three subcategories of risk-sharing products. One is guarantees on the existing large corporate exposures. Second, guarantees on new portfolios of loans. And thirdly, a guarantee on a tranche portfolio. This is effectively a tool for a capital management, capital release purposes. So let's start with risk sharing or a portfolio or a guarantee on a large exposures. Well, as the name suggests, we would provide a guarantee on 1 to 3 large corporate exposures up to 50%. So the guarantee would cover realized losses, if there are any, and this product would allow you to reduce sectorial concentrations, large obligor concentrations, to get a capital relief on the guaranteed portion of the loan, and as well as to get a coverage on the losses if there is any. So there is a limited number of, in this product, there is a limited number of exposures that we accept, because each of them would have to be rated by a UAB group individually. And as with the previous product, again, there would be a requirement for the bank to build an additional portfolio twice the size of the guaranteed amount of the EIB. So moving on to another product, it is a guarantee on the portfolio to be built. So the financial intermediary has about 2 to 3 years to build a portfolio of loans to large SMEs, meaning the loan size has to be in excess of 1 million, loans to mid-caps, and loans to large corporates are always also eligible, provided that they are related to supply chain operations. The guarantee would be 50% coverage of losses on a loan-by-loan basis. An important fact is that 50% of remaining unguaranteed portfolio has to be retained by the financial intermediary. It cannot be hedged in any other form. So the benefit of this product is pretty much identical as to the previous one. Again, capital release on the guaranteed portion, a reduction of concentrations, and coverage of losses as well. Differently to the previous one, there would not be a requirement to build a complementary portfolio, because creation of this new portfolio effectively counts as building a portfolio and providing an access for the mid-caps and the large corporates. The important fact is that the risk margin for the loans that are being guaranteed would have to be replaced by the risk margin that you pay for the guarantee. And then we're coming to the ABSs, which can be categorized into ABSs for funding purposes and ABSs for a regulatory capital relief, or in other words, synthetic securitization. So let's start with synthetic securitization. And what it is EIB group provides a guarantee on deeply subordinated mezzanine tranches of synthetically securitized pools. And by providing an unconditional unfunded guarantee, as per CR regulation, you obtain a capital relief on the entire synthetically securitized pool. So differently to hedge funds, who are very frequent participators in these operations, these guarantees are unfunded because EIB is a multilateral development bank, and again, as per regulation, any guarantee bears zero risk weight. EIB has been participating in these type of operations since 2013, so over a period of 9 years has established a significant know-how. There has been over 50 capital release operations that has been signed, and there has never been a challenge from a local regulator with regards to the significant risk transfer. So how do they work? Well, typically a very thin junior tranche is being retained by the originator, mezzanine tranche guaranteed by EIB group, and the senior tranche, as per the choice of the originator, it can be either retained or guaranteed if you go for the full stack capital approach relief. So the idea is that similar with other products, because of the EIB's involvement, we again ask for the portfolio to be built. So in terms of the mezzanine tranche guarantee, within a period of 24 months, the counterparty would have to create a portfolio to SMEs and mid-caps 4 times the size of the mezzanine guarantee. And if there is a guarantee on the senior tranche, it would be 2 times the guarantee. I'd like to go back right now to this funding product under the ABS that I just mentioned. So besides the multi-beneficiary intermediated loans, we also participate in a true sale securitization. So we buy a senior tranches of a true sale ABSs. And for these operations, we require a rating, differently to the synthetic securitization, where there is no requirement for any external rating. We also invest in mezzanine tranches if there is any interest to do two-purpose operation, i.e. regulatory capital relief and funding. The overarching requirement for all these products that we offer is that 20% of all these portfolios that are being built has to be related to climate action. So 20% of all these so-called allocations have to be dedicated for a climate product. So this is what we have in a nutshell, and I'm running out of time, but I am happy to answer any questions later on if you would like to have more details or you would like me to share this presentation with. Happy to send, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Virginia. So now we will start with the European Investment Fund. Barry McGrath is a senior manager at the EIF. Barry, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. This morning what I'd like to do is to quickly introduce InvestEU again for EIF, explain a little bit about how EIF will support the objectives of InvestEU and concretely the products that we will implement under InvestEU. I will talk a little bit about the portfolio guarantee products that support debt financing, and my colleague Chris will follow with an overview of the equity products that we'll be supporting. Very quick recap, InvestEU, it's a 26 billion fund that's going to support investment, innovation and job creation over the next 6 years. That 26 billion the ambition is to leverage investments of close to 400 billion across 4 key areas. These come from the policy windows under InvestEU that set the policy priorities, but also they come with budgets, so they kind of prioritize certain areas. Sustainable infrastructure is the largest. It's the kind of large projects, very much green focused. Research, innovation, digitalization, SME window, and social investment and skills. On top of that, there are 3 horizontal objectives: contribution to European Green Deal, climate neutrality by 2050, the green transition. On the digital side, the digital infrastructure, technology and skills that can help Europe migrate to a digital economy. And then the continued recovery coming out of COVID. So many SMEs in particular are still carrying the burden of the lockdowns, and InvestEU tries to, at least we under InvestEU try to come up with some products to help those SMEs. In terms of the fund itself, it represents quite a big simplification over what we had in the past. 14 programs will be consolidated into one, which is the InvestEU fund. That InvestEU fund concretely will give a guarantee to various implementing partners. So EIB Group, so the EIF and EIB will get 75% of this guarantee, and the remaining 25% will go to other national promotional banks across the EU. This guarantee will allow EIF to do things that we simply could not do without the guarantee, that are outside our own risk appetite, and also to do a lot more of the things that we want to do. In addition to the 26 billion, there are also possibilities for other EU sectorial programs to top up the resources. And EIF currently has visibility on around 1 billion of extra budget that would come to support equity interventions in certain important policy areas. On top of that, there is the opportunities for EU member states to contribute resources via the member state compartment. And EIF is in discussions with 4 or 5 member states at the moment with a view to them reinforcing the EU budget with additional contributions. EIF will get a guarantee of 11 billion under InvestEU, and we will use that guarantee together with EIB Group resources of roughly 9 billion to catalyse other private investors, ultimately to mobilise investment of around 150 billion. Our primary focus remains on supporting finance for SMEs and small businesses, but we will also have activities to support large infrastructure projects, particularly those addressing climate and the environment. And we'll also have some smaller initiatives to support individuals in the area of education and skills, and also with green investments. For those of you who don't know EIF, we operate through a fully intermediated model. We don't deal with SMEs or small businesses or individuals directly. We deal through a network of intermediaries. That allows us to have a very deep reach right across the EU so that we can really make an impact on those who need to finance. For example, on the guarantee side, we have a network of over 200 intermediaries at the moment that we have contracts with. The areas that we're going to address, again, fully in line with what InvestEU wants to do: innovation, digitalisation, growth and competitiveness, the green transition, social side, which again is becoming increasingly important with the refugees we see coming out of Ukraine, culture and creative sectors, and then skills and education. Here we see the product palette that EIF will offer under InvestEU. I will concentrate on the portfolio guarantee products. Chris will elaborate on the equity products. But just to make the point that EIF has products both on the guarantee and equity side for all 5 of these policy areas on screen. That's important because we recognise, particularly for businesses, that they have different needs at different stages of their life cycle. We have equity products that can support the development of ideas and the commercialization of ideas. We have guarantee products that can support more mature businesses that are growing, that want to make investments in these areas that we have identified. Maybe to focus a little now on the portfolio guarantee products and get into a little more detail, particularly for those of you who may be existing financial intermediaries and want to understand what will change, or potential intermediaries who have a debt finance activity and are wondering how EIF can support you under InvestEU. EIF will offer 2 different types of portfolio guarantee products. These are products that will take risk away from financial intermediaries, allowing them to enter financing with particular types of borrowers or particular thematic areas that may be perceived as too risky, or maybe the intermediary is constrained in terms of not being able to do more volumes in these areas due to internal risk limits. We offer a capped guarantee where EIF will guarantee a certain percentage of the portfolio and will pay out up to a certain cap amount. So here there is significant risk transfer, but the payout from EIF is capped. In the past, many of you may be familiar with COSME loan guarantee facility. That was done on a cap basis. Under InvestEU, most of our cap guarantees will be charged at 20 basis points per annum, except for certain social products. The cap guarantees are there to support access to finance for SMEs, small businesses and individuals. And we know that by using these risk transfer instruments and taking the risk away, that ultimately the financing terms that people can access are improved via reduction in collateral, better financing terms, bespoke payment options, lower costs. We also offer what we call an uncapped guarantee, which has a much higher risk transfer. The trade-off is that we charge more for this protection. So again, EIF will cover a certain percentage of a portfolio, but we will charge 75 basis points for senior loans and 120 basis points for subordinated loans. The uncapped guarantee generates capital relief, but otherwise it generates significant risk transfer and results in improved financing terms for the target borrowers. Maybe to quickly go through the thematic areas that we'll be supporting under InvestEU. The first and very important product that I want to mention is the Sustainability Guarantee. This is a new product that EIF is launching under InvestEU that can support the green and sustainable transformation of Europe. The product will primarily focus on SMEs and small businesses. And there we have two categories. The first is green investments, so where the business is investing in green projects, so energy efficiency, renewable energy, mobility, circular economy, etc. In addition to that, we will support what we call green enterprises, which are those businesses that have already made the transition, who have made an investment and objectively can be recognized as green enterprises. For example, by virtue of the areas they're active in, but also through prizes or awards they may have received. Finally, under this product, and on the sustainability side, we will support accessibility. The guarantee rate here will be 70% as standard. Intermediaries can choose at a lower guarantee rate on a loan-by-loan basis if they like. And we have the potential to go up to 80% guarantee rate if the borrower is located in a cohesion region or a just transition region. Financial intermediaries will have the option of a capped guarantee or uncapped guarantee here. And we will also support, in the case of individuals, investments in green mobility, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. The next product is what we call the SME Competitiveness Guarantee. This is the successor product to the COSME Loan Guarantee Facility, which was very successful in the previous programming period. The high risk 1 and high risk 2 are exactly as they were in the past, so it's to support the riskiest lending that banks may be doing, and more generally improve access to finance for SMEs and make sure that they promote better terms. I want to mention that in particular high risk 3, which is a new element, and this is something that EIF has developed with the Commission to support those businesses that have been adversely impacted as a result of the COVID pandemic. This product will exclusively support subordinated debt, and contrary to everything else under our portfolio guarantees, it can fully support the refinancing of debt. We recognise that there are many SMEs that have survived the lockdown by drawing on additional liquidity lines made available from banks, in many cases supported by public actors. Those SMEs are still alive, but they are carrying quite a lot of debt as a result of it, and we believe through the provision of junior debt that may have more favourable repayment terms, that this can give breathing space to SMEs to fully repay this debt over the coming years on more flexible terms. The Innovation and Digitalisation Guarantee is the successor product to INNOFIN SME Guarantee, again something that was very successful and received a lot of demand across the EU and beyond in the last programming period. Here we want to support innovation investments, commercialisation of R&I, and digital. On the digital side, we want to support SMEs who are investing in their digitalisation, but also we want to support those companies that are enabling the transition. So the service providers, the consultants. Again, a guarantee rate of up to 70%, which can be increased to 80% if the SME or small mid-cap is in a cohesion or just transition region. And here, financial intermediaries will have a choice again of capped or uncapped guarantees. The Culture and Creative Sector Guarantee, again a successor product. In the past, this was only offered on a capped guarantee basis. In the future, and now we will offer it on both a capped and an uncapped basis. Intermediaries can choose. It's to support those businesses that are in the culture and creative sectors that may receive or may have challenges accessing bank finance over other types of businesses, and we know this is the case. On the microfinance, social and skills guarantee side, there are two legs. The first is on the microfinance and social side, so those businesses that are contributing to the social objectives and a better society, and those microfinance businesses, so the very small businesses that again have typically access to finance issues. Here we will offer cap guarantee only, but we will offer a guarantee rate of up to 80%. It's a successor product for the easy guarantee product. And then the education and skills, this is a continuation of a pilot project that we had under EFSI. It's to help those people that are investing in their own education or employers that are supporting the education of employees. Again, it's a cap guarantee only, and we can support up to 80% guarantee rate. One thing to emphasize here, and it's an important simplification, is that in the past, financial intermediaries had to apply individually to products. So, for example, there are intermediaries who may have benefited from a COSME guarantee and an INAFIN guarantee. They had to apply individually, and they had to sign a contractual documentation separately for those. In the future, intermediaries will be able to apply through a single application for one or all of the thematic guarantees that I've just mentioned. And then on the documentation side, we will sign one guarantee agreement. So hopefully this will make it easier for intermediaries to apply, but also to go for multiple thematic areas. And we should see a more general, a broader support for these areas. Where do we stand? Well, we've been working with the Commission on InvestEU for about 2 years, and we're ready to launch. So on the guarantee side, we will be publishing on our website either today, latest Monday, the calls for expression of interest for the guarantee products I've just mentioned. Similarly, on the equity side, which Chris will elaborate on, that should be on our website on Monday. If you're interested in any of the things that we're talking about today, please go to our website and have a look. There are some marketing materials that we have prepared that will give a very high-level overview of the options that are available, so that you can actually see what is most interesting for you and supporting the lending activities that you want to do, and how to get more information so that you can move forward with your application. As an aside, because today we're limited in time, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me or Chris directly, or your normal contact at the EIF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. Now I'd like to invite Chris to the stage. He will speak about our activity in fund and venture capital. Please, yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure to be here. Marco asked me to be brief. So, in a nutshell, we have around 10 billion in capital to be deployed in European risk capital funds over the next 3 or 5 years. Our contacts you can find on the EIF's webpage. Do you have any questions? Okay. On a bit more serious note, there is actually quite a bit of ground to cover, but indeed I'll try to keep it short. I'll see how the clicker works. Very briefly, EIF, as already a number of speakers have said before, we operate through an intermediated business model. We do not invest in companies directly. We invest it through the risk capital funds. And we do that working with a number of intermediaries. I have captured them on the next slide to come. But essentially, if I have to summarize in a nutshell what we do, EIF is an anchor investor that invests in European venture capital ecosystems, not only as a financial investor, but as an investor that secures certain quality level of the funds that we invest in. And we not only provide our own financial commitment, but we also help to crowd in extra capital from other private investors and public investors that operate in the market. The main type of intermediaries that we work with in the fund business, probably you can see on the left top side, private equity and venture capital funds in the technology and life science sector. This is the kind of the plain vanilla bread and butter that we do. We also work on a more niche basis with debt funds that provide bespoke debt products to our companies across Europe. As of recently at EIF, we're also investing through climate and infrastructure funds. This is actually a new line of business that we have taken over from, or received over from EIB, our mother organization. I'll spend a bit more time on those in a couple of slides later, because this is something perhaps less known, and I don't think that we have any fund, for example, from Estonia in this business line. We do have one from Lithuania, but Estonia is sort of an untapped market, and we would definitely be interested to support those type of funds out of here. Then we also work with social impact funds. These are the funds that have a mix of return-driven as well as social impact objectives. And one key characteristic how these funds operate whenever we invest them, these are the funds that tie their general partners' financial motivation to attainment not only of the financial performance, but also of the attainment of certain impact goals. So if the impact is not delivered, then also there's a reduced carry if the fund is financially successful. If the fund is not successful, then obviously no carry at all. And then on a more niche basis, we also work with, or will start to work with a certain type of scale-up funding through the pre-IPO and IPO funds that we'll be able to support thanks to InvestEU, as well as we will continue our support on a very early stage part of the risk capital ecosystem, supporting the tech transfer and business angel co-investment funds. But again, on an intermediated business model, not investing in the companies directly, but through those funds. As Barry already mentioned, so InvestEU has 5 major kind of pillars or priority areas. With the introduction of this one, I think there is also an important thing that benefits EIF and probably European risk capital ecosystem as a whole. Before, in the last 2 decades, EIF was largely, let's say, generalist investor. We're helping to build ecosystems in risk capital across Europe, but we didn't really have a specific sort of sectorial focus except maybe for life science and for technology in a broad sense. Now, thanks to InvestEU and also thanks to the work that the European Commission has done, we are becoming much more focused, and our support will not just go to, let's say, any fund that is promising to deliver good financial results, but we'll also be increasingly looking what type of companies these funds will support via their investment strategies. As you can see here on the slides, there are 5 areas. The first one being the Capital Markets Union, which I'll go a bit deeper later. But in a nutshell, this is financial support to already more established financial cash flow positive companies that need capital to grow. And these can be innovative companies as well as more traditional companies who are just looking for rapid expansion. We will be, as a second priority area, focusing on so-called enabling sectors, which are essentially critical sectors in our view for the future of European technological sovereignty. These are sectors, for example, like semiconductors, robotics, automation, and the likes. In the middle part, in the digital and creative sectors, there we'll try to capture all other digital and technology-driven business models that are also important for the future of European economy and society, as well as the creative ones. On the social impact part, I already mentioned, so these are the impact-driven funds. And then the big bucket and big area is actually climate and environmental impact. And under this bucket, we have 2 types of interventions. One is the intervention for developing technologies that are green and actually blue, also marine, as well as supporting the infrastructure funds that invest in big projects with a clear green focus and green benefit for the European economy. In addition, next to those 5 pillars, there are also 4 or so horizontal priorities that we'll be looking to support across any of those 5 intervention areas. This, again, non-surprisingly, is climate. So it's not only the climate and infrastructure funds or technologies, but also any type of technology or life science investment. We'll be also looking, does it provide green element? It is also cohesion, less so maybe in the infrastructure sense, but more in a sense of innovations. The specific measure how the countries are assessed on innovation cohesion is so-called European Innovation Scoreboard Index, where actually for Estonia it's a good scoring, so probably it's a bit less relevant for the market here. But the 2 other Baltic countries, Latvia and Lithuania, they are considered as moderate or low innovators in a innovation scoreboard category. Then obviously an important topic is the gender representation. The risk capital industry, well, historically has been clearly male-dominated, and there is a lot of room to cover. So we'll be looking for a certain percentage of fund initiatives that come our way that they have a significant presence of the senior representation of females, either in the investment committee level or the senior investment team. And funds that can present this evidence, they'll have sort of a faster track process or special type of process in our pipeline as well. And then finally, we'll be also looking to support dedicated growth funding via the scale-up and those already highlighted pre-IPO and IPO initiatives. Then let me quickly go through the 5 priority areas or pillars. So as said, Capital Market Union. So this is the financial solutions for more established companies, either in the format of private equity, funds like Livonia, like Baltcap, that you know well in Estonia and across the Baltics, as well as through the debt funds that are perhaps less known product. For the debt funds, these are typically solutions of debt that the banks cannot provide, again, mainly because of their risk constraints and the way how, let's say, perhaps more conservatively they look at the financing needs of the companies. So here we can speak both of, let's say, bullet loans, unitranche loans, as well as, let's say, different subordination and seniority level of loans, perhaps with longer and more flexible maturity conditions than the banks would finance. Enabling sectors, as I already alluded to, first one, semiconductors. So this is clearly where Europe has realized that, let's say, we're so much dependent on Asia, and something where we need to build our own digital sovereignty, and not only in terms of technologies to develop such, but also actually to produce such semiconductors. And this will be a big area for the years to come. Next one is space. It's not only, let's say, the Russians, Americans, or Chinese that are shooting their kind of space aircraft up. We obviously have our own space agency, but it's much broader than that, just shooting the rockets up in the space. It's also all about using the data that is available from satellites, from the space collection, as well as from all the technologies that come upstream and downstream from the space industries that can be used also in a broader civilian and also, let's say, perhaps defense and military applications. Then it's the more sort of already conceptually and traditionally understood life science and health, therapeutics, digital health, but also more and more recurring so digital health solutions, not only the medtech solutions. Defense, well, probably no need to highlight the importance of this one. The events of the last months or so have clearly put that industry in the focus, and Europe, unsurprisingly, or let's say, due to some of the biggest members being a bit neglected on the defense spending, that industry has not been the priority, but that clearly will become one. Finally, also in a broader sense, industrial technologies. Companies like Starship, already mentioned a couple of times today, in which we are also investor not only through our venture debt facility, not through our loan facilities, but also through a number of early stage funds, early and also later stage funds. Companies like Finma, that in Estonia provides the capturing of security camera images and then provide the customer insights also for the sort of civilian and commercial applications. Digital and creative, the sort of the third pillar. I think in simple words to say, this would capture all other digital initiatives or important digital initiatives that are not covered under the enabling sectors, discussed on the previous slide, but again, there would be certain focus areas like AI, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and distributed ledger technologies, both for finance as well as for logistics industries, cybersecurity, perhaps a bit less with the military and sort of defense focus, but more on the commercial applications and civilian sector, quantum computing, and then a specific sub-financial envelope for creative sectors and education, to continue digitalize, and I guess Estonia is probably in a less need of this funding. You're kind of at forefront of European digitalization in various fronts in government and education, but there are a lot of European countries still kind of in the need of digitalization in educational space as well. And then also for culture and creative sectors, multimedia, content creation, podcasts, audiovisuals, videos, well, perhaps some version of, let's say, streaming platforms of European origin as well. For the social impact, so this has been sort of a niche product, but perhaps an important one, an increasingly important one. And this is also perhaps important to stress that out of Estonia, we would be very interested to have applications from the fund managers having a social impact focus, because we do not have any so far, actually none from the Baltics, from the 3 Baltic countries. So these are the funds that on one hand, under the social enterprises, focus on kind of largely socially driven projects. Under the impact and investing in social innovation, these are perhaps the mix of social and financially driven projects. And again, under the skills and education, as already mentioned here, it's providing the, let's say, integration of underprivileged groups like refugees or people with certain heavy illnesses also in the labor market, and educational opportunities that should be provided to them. Climate. So there are 2 slides on this topic, and as already alluded, so one covers the development of technologies that are green and blue in the nature, but not investing in large infrastructure projects. And then the later slide that I comment is on the infrastructure investments in those thematics. When Europe speaks of climate, it actually speaks in a very broad sense. So this is not solar parks, wind parks only under the infrastructure projects, but this is actually much broader. Any type of industry that can contribute to decarbonization or low carbon technologies and helping to make our lives greener and bluer. Mobility and transport, energy production, transmission, storage, be it batteries, be it fusion technologies for hydrogen, be it the industrial technologies, how to manufacture in a more greener way, production of food, agriculture, and everything that relates to marine, to making our seas and oceans sustainable, as well as any other solution in a more perhaps horizontal manner or horizontal technology that helps to make it greener and more environmentally friendly. Climate and infra funds. So as said, this is something of a bit novelty under EIF's roof. Maybe a few words on how these funds typically look like. So these are funds that are of size, I would say, around 100 plus million euros in size, up to 1 billion perhaps in a bigger economies, that typically invest maybe in 10, 15 projects, which are typical project funding type of eligible activities and do require certain equity component. And these funds provide this equity component in a form of maybe 10 or 20% of the overall financing. And then the rest can be complemented via various debt products, those provided by EIB, as well as those provided by, let's say, commercial lenders. And again, focus in this one obviously is on climate, on green technologies, but it is broader than that, let's say, the pure wind parks or solar parks, although these are probably the core focus of this initiative. This can be transport, this can be digitalization, creating the data transmission and storage rooms that require low energy consumption. It's the social infrastructure and health. It is also the environmental infrastructure, wastewaters, waste management infrastructure, as well as the space infrastructure. And this is a big thing that's going to be for the next years to come. It's a numbers of, I think it's a ballpark between 3 to 4 billion in funding that is available for these type of funds over the next programming period under InvestEU. Then in the closing slides, maybe briefly let me touch on the 2 more niche but new initiatives that we are developing under InvestEU. So these are the pre-IPO or IPO funds. So far, EIF, when we invested in venture capital funds, we always said that the fund investment should stop at the position when the company kind of turns from private to public. So we were investing, at the first time of investment, our fund managers were investing only in private companies. Under this initiative, the fund managers will be able to develop strategies whereby they invest either in the companies just before the IPO stage, or at the time when the company is becoming a listed one, or shortly after the listing. In the latter 2 scenarios, the listing should have taken place on the European Stock Exchange, because obviously we need to support let's say, development of the trading platforms in EU, not in other continents. Mistake not to be made. So this is not intended to be a speculative product. So this is not, let's say, for traders who want to kind of do a high volatility, fast trading. This is more for, let's say, buy and hold strategies. The other one going along a bit the similar lines of supporting European companies at their later stage of let's say, very successful and fast development is additional sort of scale-up funding for the funds that either lack follow-on reserves or that lack, let's say, that have been predominantly focused on early stage investments, but they have been successful and have developed companies that have grown into international champions and need substantial amounts of funding. For example, Bolts or the TransferWises of this world before the TransferWise became public. And then typically these companies, they have two choices. Either they can raise hundreds of millions of late-stage investment rounds, or they can go public for the funding. And also maybe linking back to the previous slide of the pre-IPO initiative, that one of the issues that Europe has been facing in the past is that when companies become super successful and super big, but still require a lot of funding for the rapid growth to continue, they have turned to typically non-European investors, Americans or Asians, without, let's say, naming a specific country. And although, let's say, the conventional school of economic and business schools tell you that capital is sort of commodity and it doesn't really have a sort of a national flavor, reality is a bit different. I mean, it has some strings attached. So when Americans invest in a late stage, very successful European company, they typically say that if that company would become public, they would need to do that in New York Stock Exchange or Chicago Stock Exchange. Or that these companies need to have a certain number of board members appointed by those American investors, which logically will be American investors. Again, without sort of any type of nationalism, but we all know what the brain drain means in the education sector. So the same type of concept can be applied also, let's say, in the financial sector, when the companies, they graduate and become super successful and then really go public, and they do that in another continent, there is perhaps lesser benefit that Europe can capture. So we're clearly interested to support that, let's say, support any type of initiative that can keep the very successful and big companies in Europe longer and ensure all the, let's say, the knowledge spillover and also the financial benefits spillover. So for this one, we have a so-called project, or say, pilot project, which already is not anymore a pilot, but was a pilot a couple of years ago, and it turned out to be quite successful. So it's called ESCALAR, or European Scale-Up Funding Initiative. And there we are able to write checks of around 50, well, let's say up to 50 or even 100 million euros per fund for purely investing in late-stage investments. Since these are late-stage investments with a kind of supposedly much lower risk profile than on our side, we say that we have kept our return expectation at 5 to 6%. In return of that, this is not a classical equity commitment from our side. It's a commitment where we ask that in the unlikely scenario when the result turns out unsuccessful, we have a certain priority on the downside protection. Then again, we are also capping our upside limit to this, let's say, indicative return target. And this is also no fee, no carry initiative for the venture capital fund managers that are interested to take this one. I think that, yeah, that brings me to all what I wanted to cover. I hope that I've saved some time for you, Marco. If there are any questions, then I don't know how you want to organize it. I'm happy to answer some now, but we can also do it in the break. Okay, in the break. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Chris. So the presentation from the EIB group are now over. The next presentation is from Mr. Stéphane Wacky. He's head of department at the new established European Innovation Council and SME Executive Agency. Stéphane, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning to all. I will make a slightly different presentation to what you've seen until now, because until now we have, thanks to the colleagues of the EIB and the EIF, explained to you how InvestEU is going to work. And now we're moving away from InvestEU and we're looking at another regulation, which is Horizon Europe, and in particular, one part of Horizon Europe, which is the European Innovation Council. And why is this relevant to present it now is because the European Innovation Council is very closely associated and very closely related to what we do with InvestEU. It is basically, in another way, the predecessor when we are looking at extremely high-risk, innovative companies at the type of project and companies that we finance through this innovation. So what is the EIC? So the EIC is a new initiative that was piloted in the last years of the years 2010s, an initiative of the European Commission that now is fully, I would say, scaled in the context of Horizon Europe, which is the research and innovation program of the European Union. And this is not a minor budget that we have, it's about 10 billion euros. And these 10 billion euros are there, as you can see, to identify, develop, and scale up breakthrough technologies and disruptive innovations in Europe. So why the breakthrough technologies and disruptive innovations? Well, because if you look at the past 30 years and you look at the world today, or you look at in your pockets and the innovations that you're using today, whether hardware or software, you will see that probably in your life today, there is a lot of innovations that are now part of your daily life. But let's say that those who have developed those innovations were maybe originating in Europe, maybe they studied in Europe, researched in Europe, but the companies that today make those innovations a part of your daily life are not European. So it means that even if we were at the source of the research and the science and the technologies that was developed, unfortunately for Europe, the growth and jobs and the successful companies that scaled up are somewhere else. I mean, they are mostly in the US, obviously, but they are increasingly in other parts of the world, like China. So European heads of government have decided that enough was enough and that Europe needed to make a change and build on the very strong scientific underpinning of research and innovation in Europe, which is still on a par with the best in the world, in particular if we look at North America and Asia, in particular China. And we have decided that we needed to have a program that could actually start the scale-up process of those companies that are facing what we call the valley of death. So usually when you emerge from the lab with an innovation that is very promising, the risk level is perceived by the market as being too high, in particular in Europe when there is a general risk aversion. And the instruments that have been explained to you under InvestEU are, of course, accompanying the scale-up process when this very high-risk period is over. But in order to address it, we need to be able to be there at the beginning of the scale-up process, and this is what we are trying to do through grant funding and increasingly equity funding. And for that, we have created a fund that is now subsidiary of the European Commission, called the EIC Fund, which has the potential to become one of the largest VC funds in Europe, since we have already made a very large number of investments. And we have today with us Heidi Kako, who is here, and you will be a part of the panel that will come immediately after my presentation, who sits on the investment committee of this fund and has been helping us to look at the terms and conditions we can offer companies that have been selected through this very rigorous process that now I will explain. Also, the novelty of the IC it is innovator-centric, so we tried really to gather the opinions of the innovators in Europe. Many of them actually come from Estonia. You had, I would say, a long history over the past 20 years now of very powerful innovations that came out of this country that led to the creation of very successful companies that now have successfully worldwide. And of course, we are tapping also the expertise of these CEOs, of these innovators, in the way we are designing our interventions on the EIC. We are also doing this by changing the way we're managing funding. I mean, you may have a view that the European Commission is managing money in a very bureaucratic way, which is not entirely untrue. So we are trying to make a real step change here and manage money in a much more agile way, much more reactive way. And try to reorient, pivot the financing in line with the needs of the innovator. In other words, often at this very early stage of these companies, we need to be able to be extremely not only reactive, but also change the terms and conditions of the money that has been available in order to follow the way this innovation is experiencing the market and finding its niche on the market. This is extremely important if we want to be relevant. And then finally, the European innovation ecosystem, as we name it. We are not trying to reorganize everything from Brussels or reinvent the wheel for Brussels and tell everyone across the European Union how to behave and how to put money there. Our approach is exactly the opposite. There are many things that in the European Union are working very well. You have centers of excellence, universities, incubators, accelerators all over the place. And our goal here is to partner up with those ecosystem partners, innovators, incubators, accelerators, in order to increase their impact and give them the means to do what they do already quite well, to do it even better, and to have a stronger reach. So here our approach is not to, again, change everything that is working, but increase the impact of what already is working. And as I said, there is many things here in Estonia that are working, hence why I came here today, by the way, because I came here many times before in order to see the ecosystem. So now to go more into depth about what we are offering in terms of 3 funding instruments. Pathfinder. The Pathfinder is an early stage research on breakthrough technologies. Here we provide grants up to 3 to 4 million. This is usually done by bringing together researchers, corporates, startups, SMEs that are concentrating on one joint project. So usually it's a consortium that are trying to develop an innovation. And these are very low TRLs in our jargon, meaning they are very early stage ideas that are usually tested in the lab. Of course, the scientific underpinning of it must be quite strong because we are aiming here at the potential breakthrough technologies in what we call deep tech. Transition, a new instrument that has just been piloted last year and the beginning of this year. It's an instrument that is allowing what is emerging from research projects across the European Union, not only necessarily done at EU level, and try to equip them to make the transition to a company stage. Often here, innovators, university researchers have difficulties to make that transition. It's quite normal, especially in Europe, where writing papers on the basis of the results of a research is often something more that comes more naturally to researchers in Europe than to create your own company and then start trying to find your market niche. And this is, of course, a very important moment when we lose a lot of those innovations to, I would say, people that are more entrepreneurial and tend to be not necessarily located in the EU. And here we offer grants up to 2.5 million in order to facilitate that transition. And then finally, of course, the accelerator. So the accelerator here aims at startups and SMEs. So you must have a company or about to create a company. And here we aim at the development of those startups and SMEs that potentially hold the promise of creating new markets in Europe, disrupting existing one, and be eventually global players. And here we offer a combination of grants up to 2.5 million to still absorb the cost of R&D, because these companies often still have R&D costs that the private sector, private VCs, tend to be not so keen to absorb, because, prototyping in particular when you're in the area of manufacturing can be quite costly. So we still believe that giving grant can be very useful, but increasingly we also offer to these companies what we call blended finance, which means a participation in equity in the company up to 15 million. And in certain conditions, we can go above 15 million if we are talking about companies that are enhancing the strategic autonomy of the European Union. We talked about it a lot this morning. And this is, I would say, a translation of that idea at the level of this instrument. So this is what we do. We are, of course, deploying a number of business acceleration services to help our innovators, to help our companies to be able to access, I would say, the best that can be done in order to help them grow their company. So we are looking, of course, at those companies that are more in the area of deep tech, like I said many times already. So those that have a very strong scientific underpinning, meaning developing technologies that are usually require more patient capital to develop. So in other words, we don't exclude necessarily only purely digital apps, but of course they must have, I would say, a very strong societal objective in order for us to be looking at them. And usually this type of companies, this type of innovations, they require a lot more testing, a lot more trying to find their market niche, and usually they develop over a longer time frame, which explains why we are present here, since as a public entity, we are not looking for a quick exit with a fast upside, which is usually the behavior of private VCs, which usually over a time horizon of 3 to 5 years need to leave the company. So we can stay for much longer. So now to evidence how this is being implemented, we do that via a work program that is adopted annually. The one for the year 2022 has been adopted at the beginning of this year. It foresees a budget of 1.2 billion euros. For the accelerator alone, about half of that money, 630 million. And here you can apply with any type of innovation. It's a bottom-up instrument, so any type of innovation can apply without any distinction, but we have put under challenges the spotlight on a number of innovations that are important for the future of Europe in what we call, for example, the open strategic autonomy. So what are those areas? I mean, you can, I think, guess them: artificial intelligence, quantum computing, cybersecurity, and the likes. So this type of very, I would say, cutting-edge type of sectors that are emerging today where the global competition is heating up, where we believe Europe needs to try to preserve its autonomy and invest in the technologies of the future, where will emerge the companies that will be the global ones of tomorrow. And of course, technologies for Fit for 55, if you're not familiar with the jargon of the European Union, Fit for 55 means the transition, the climate transition to the objective, the very, I would say, ambitious objective that we have with the decrease of greenhouse gas emissions. I put here a number of calls. We do that through calls of proposals. There are a number of them that happen during the year. The one of the 23rd of March, well, too late for that one. But the next one is the 15th of June. So if you have an innovation, you can look at it. You type EIC call on Google, and you will be able to see what are the information that you need to provide. The process is taking you by the hand, step by step, and then eventually will allow you, if you meet the deadline of the 15th of June, to lodge an application with us. If you miss that deadline, no problem. There is always another one coming up. So the next one is the 5th of October, and so on and so forth. It's a we manage highly competitive instruments. The success rate is low, and we have a lot of repeat applicants. No surprise. But at the same time, we are, I would say, quite now successful in investing in very interesting companies, but maybe Heidi would say a word about it later, since she's seen many of them going through the pipeline. And I think the quality of the company is increasing as we go forward, and therefore it tends to become even more competitive as time goes by. So now, very briefly on the EIC fund, which is, if you wish, the kind of the diamond of the entire initiative, because this is through this fund that we are making the most difference in investing in equity in companies and giving them the type of patient capital that needs to be there. The DNA of that fund is the crowding in principle. So we are not here to replace the market. It's very important because, of course, there are initiatives that were just explained just before by the EIF that we are also financing through the other activities that we are organizing at the level of the European Commission through the InvestEU regulation. And those activities have been put in place as successor of other very successful initiatives that we have done with the EIF in the previous period, such as under Innofin, for example. So we should not mix the two. We should, therefore, here not replace the market. We should intervene where the principle should be to crowd in private investors that are too shy to come in, but not, of course, to substitute private investors that want to invest in those companies. Because, of course, the private investors they are either held by the EIF or acting on their own, and that would not be a very good use of the scarce resources that we have of EU taxpayers' money to replace the market if the market is ready to invest in those companies. The crowding in principle is done, of course, through a very large network of private capital providers. Many of them, of course, are those that are under mandate of the EIF in Europe, but there are also those that are coming further afield as long as they respect the European identity of the innovations that we are creating. We don't have problems to have investors from the rest of the world coming to invest in Europe. But of course, what we are trying to avoid, because that's the DNA of the EIC, is that investors are doing their shopping in Europe, taking innovations and bringing them over to other parts of the world, I mean, mostly to the US or China, obviously, because that's what we're trying to do with DIC to prevent this exodus of our best and brightest and ideas that eventually we will have to buy, innovations that we'll have to buy, but of which we will not get the jobs and growth that will be located somewhere else in California or increasingly Texas. So let's keep this in mind. That's the objective that we're trying to pursue here. And of course, we are trying to leverage that public funding in order to attract as much as possible private VCs investing in the same companies that we have selected. So I will not spend a lot of details here. I mean, we already covered most of it. We are a patient capital provider, so we stay longer in the companies, up to 10 years. We invest in all technologies and verticals. An important point is that our eligibility is larger since our program has what we call associated countries. These associated countries allow us to go beyond the European Union. So, for example, Ukraine is an associated country, and Israel is an associated country. The Western Balkan countries are associated countries. And, of course, that allows us, of course, to team up with innovators from these countries that are experiencing a lot, that are putting on the market or thinking about putting on the market lots of different innovations. And in that context, of course, we're also reflecting in the context of the war in Ukraine how we can help the best the Ukrainian ecosystem to still continue to put out and support the innovators that are there. We had a number of companies from Ukraine in our pipeline until now. Of course, the situation is mainly on pause for them, but this is something that we are looking forward to restart as soon as the conditions in Ukraine will allow. The fund can make follow-on investments, so it's not a one-off. If there is a need for us to continue to be involved and put more money into the companies, we are ready to do that. But of course, this is something that we will judge on a case-by-case. And we have usually we take a very small stake in the companies, around 7% on average so far. But we can increase that up to 25%, depending on, of course, of the size of the company and the size of the stake. And we can take a blocking minority in cases we are talking about strategic innovations that are important for Europe, and of which, of course, with the agreement of the company and the other investors, it's important that we retain control over that company. It doesn't fly away to different continents. To give you an idea of the deal flow you have here on the sectors, we are very, very strong on the health and biotech, not surprisingly, but also a lot of other sectors like engineering and technologies, not surprisingly, since we are mostly a deep tech. And you see a number of countries there, France being very strong, then Israel, Spain, Norway, Germany, Switzerland. But we have also a number of Estonian companies. I'll come to that in a minute. We have a co-investment platform that allows us to look for opportunities for these companies. We prep them up first in order to make sure that they attract the attention of those investors. More than 800 investors are being registered, and about 150 companies that are our beneficiaries in our portfolio are already there. And we had already a number of successes there, attracting co-investors to come and invest with us. It's a very complicated and long process, but we are getting there. And then finally, the participation of Estonia. If we look at the pilot phase, I mean, I don't see the figures very, very well, but I think we had 3 companies that were selected. And if we look at what happened in 2021 of the first cutoff, I think there is also 2 companies that were selected in Estonia. So Estonia is managing to tap those resources, but of course, okay, the size of the country and of course, cannot be compared with the results that other countries more to the west can provide. But I think there is great potential here that we would like very much to tap and be part of the opportunities. And here, one of those that we have in our portfolio. So it's an Estonian in brackets. It's actually a British company that re-registered in Estonia in order to avoid the consequences of Brexit. Why in Estonia? Because you have a very facilitating environment for registering companies. So this is to the credit of the Republic of Estonia. So you cannot really complain about it, but it's not really an Estonian company. But we hope all the best to this company in which we have already invested. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. Of course, European Venture Council is a very interesting program also to integrate what we do. And of course, also the IB is working on the European Innovation Council. So now the next presentation from Lea Zama from the Single Market Program. Lea Zama is a counselor in the Estonian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Hello, my name is Lea Asam and I come from Estonian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Eesti nimega Eesti Kaubandus-Tööstuskoda. My other seat that I'm sitting at is Enterprise Europe Network, which I'm representing here, of Estonian one. So in the next 15-20 minutes, I will shortly explain what Enterprise Europe Network stands for, what are the main tools and services that we offer, what entrepreneurs themselves can use, and also what we can use for them. And also a few slides, other EU support tools and measures for growth and internationalization, as Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs, Your Europe, IP Help Desk. In a nutshell, what the network is about. I'm very sorry that my presentation doesn't include any funds to give out, but we still do our best. And concerning the previous presentation, we give very good advice on how to apply and what are the best solutions to apply. So going back to my network, so network does support ambitious SMEs who want to grow, who want to innovate, who want to internationalize. Our standard services are for free. So the network does have this client-centric approach, so we don't offer one hat to everyone. So we do look at companies and what are their needs and how we can best help them. So we call it the best possible support at their client journey. So our network does conclude various experts, and the network is very wide. So we use a very efficient signposting system among our network partners. We also, when needed, signpost them outside Estonia if needed, but usually we can tackle them inside. We can say that it is the world's largest support network for SMEs with international ambitions world, because we have many countries involved, not only EU, but basically covering the whole world. Not fully, because we are only 60 plus countries, and only recently we have thrown out some countries like Russia and some others not acting as they should. But despite, we are doing our best, and also in this crisis we are paying special attention to Ukraine and giving our weekly support to them and seeing how we can support local enterprises there and our network staff there. With a glimpse how the network came about, it can be summarized that the Enterprise Europe Network is a key instrument for EU strategy to boost growth and jobs. The network originates already from 2008, when actually Maiva Rute was there as a founding mother, let's say. So we were glad to be a joint network at the time already, myself as well. And later the network expanded not only EU countries, but also other third countries. The network is funded under the Single Market Program, and it has had 3 series of open calls, so different consortia can have applied to these calls. The recent one was launched last summer, where our original consortia also applied, and we are continuing with our team with 6 members now. We have a newcomer among members who is EAS, or Enterprise Estonia. So the network is quite wide. As I said, it has over 60 countries involved. over 3,000 experts. That amount may not seem that large, but it's full-time experts. And we work with each other and our company's main target countries on daily business. I don't know how well it can be seen, but here I've just posted 3 pillars, what countries are involved. So not all of the countries in the world, about 70 we are today currently. So ranging from US till Chile or some African countries. So we do our best to help our companies to find the best partners that they need. Here are listed all the Estonian partners for the network. Just speaking towards our enterprises, whom our main clients are. So we would like to give best available support, and this can be mainly done in understanding the rules of the game, or how to best approach us. So we are very glad when companies do their homework. This said that they use all the ready means, ready information there. And of course, I'm today here just to point out what information is there and how to find it. When we talk about the information sources, it's always important from Estonian perspective to understand who are the main players. So I never underestimate our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is very wide and on a every yearly basis enlarge their network and putting more emphasis toward economic officers there, which or who do great job, and also honorary consuls network, which is also expanding year by year. Just as one comment, when approaching honorary consuls who do great job free of charge and from their free time, just it's important to understand our ministry homepage has great data there. What is the background? What are their expert fields? So maybe the cultural person doesn't have that good data on investments or trade issues, but there are many trade background companies, honorary consuls as well, who either work as a company themselves, or maybe they have retired. But anyhow, it's good to keep in mind that direct your questions and inquiries toward all the players in the Estonian business support network. And also Enterprise Europe network relies on our new partner EAS for their foreign representative offices and officers who have also done great job over the years, and it cannot be underestimated just how good country knowledge they have. So it's so important to talk to all of us. So Enterprise Europe Network, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, officers at locations, and also EAS foreign representation officers. And also speaking about what else is there, there is also Your Europe page that I'm also pointing out later stage. So it's so your homework is important, just to save your resources of time and ours as well. So please be thorough, and we can all work better like this. Just to give background of how to work with us. So we are 6 partners. You can contact us whoever is more convenient to you, either geographically or otherwise. So the idea is that you cannot directly write to Spanish officers of Enterprise Europe Network, but you should come to us first. So we will be your interlocutor in between, and fortunately or unfortunately, we ask a lot of questions. How is the business going, and can we support you even more, or what has turned out from the consultations or cooperation? So we appreciate it, just to understand what are the impact of our services. And just point out once more that all network partners have different competencies. We are, although interconnected with each other, so if you come to us through Tartu Teaduspark and they don't know exactly how to support you, we are gladly there and you're directly directed toward us. So this slide really is self-explanatory and then says that we have three kinds of support services, mostly two. So our core service is providing international partnerships, support, and different advisory that is related to that. So it can be either direct inquiries, it can be partnership database offers, it can be brokerage events that you're interested in, or company missions. Advisory support, of course, does include different legal aspects, market intelligence, but also innovation aspects as technology transfer, how do you innovate your company, and etc. So for supporting partnerships, we have different tools. So one is the business cooperation database. It has thousands of offers, and it's useful to use all the search tools just to find the right ones for you. So before wanting to add your own, please see the database, and maybe it's already there and quicker solution there. Our advisory support, of course, is very wide, and from VAT rules to other legislation aspects. So it's very, very different aspects of supporting your internationalization journey. Also, innovation support, as if taken apart from the overall advisory service, the EIC accelerator is one of our core competencies as well. We have 3 partners who have good competencies, and please do ask our advice in idea evaluation or helping to implement your plans toward the application. So we have had many successful projects, and please don't hesitate to ask our support. So here quickly just showing some glimpses of our homepages, just first-hand information. So one is here is Enterprise Europe Network Estonian page. So here we, it's tiny pace, but we emphasize the topics and future events that are most important currently. And currently most important event is actually the brokerage platform for tackling supply chain resilience issues. So most notably addressing the crisis effect from a war in Ukraine, where European businesses were severely affected by supply chain disruptions. And so it enables you to publish your own profile or see what suppliers are there offering, maybe something that you're missing or wanting to find maybe just some other collaboration partners. So this is the page that is central, created by European Commission and administered as well. So it has the largest data. Please see forthcoming missions, brokerage events, collaboration offers, all is there for your information. So this is also one page that I never tire to emphasize, is Your Europe page. It has 2 sides. One is for citizens and the other one is for enterprises. It basically gives you first-hand information of any target country that you have, and you can enter there in Estonian language and select maybe Spain, and you will see how to start your business there, what taxes are relevant, and how to sell, how do you maybe end your business there. So it's very useful data, and it's all, the logic there is that it should be all electronical connections. So if company can be created as easily as in Estonia, so it should be, the link should be there and just for easy access toward these markets. Just a few sentences that I have left in my time is one of EU possibilities to find new experiences and maybe new business intelligence or collaboration is this program Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs. So it works two ways. It can be that you're a host or visiting other companies in other locations. So the idea is that young and not so experienced company in one field goes and visits other more experienced enterprise. So they can maybe collaborate together for future enterprises or ideas, or they can just give each other what is mostly needed at the time. So, and the program can be twofold. Either you're the host or you're the visiting company, and EU actually pays money for the visiting company for the costs that are there for being in a faraway location. And currently I've checked that the Estonian local support office is at Kuressaare Gymnasium. So if you're interested, I'm sure you will find the links and information. And my last point that I will emphasize is European IP help desk. Again, I cannot emphasize how important it is that some of these initiatives, they gather so much data, and it's hard to know that it's there when you don't go there. So it does, aside of giving very good first line support on IP-related issues, but it also has this library of topics that you can read more on different types of IP and IP rights as patents, utility models, trademarks, industrial designs, copyrights, and it's all there. Just go, please, and see. And also, European IP Help Desk also organizes a lot of trainings, and it's all there. Please go and see. And it's important to know that IP Help Desks are also organized in a geographical way. So, so the European IP Help Desk doesn't know as well of the Chinese issues or maybe the Latin American issues. So just please find your the most needed support through the right help desk. So it's either South Asia or Latin America or India. So I have used it myself. They really answer you in 1 of days time, and it's very practical and very useful. And it's all my presentation. I hope it was useful, and if you have any inquiries, we have this general info page for Estonian and also for the EU, and one email address that corresponds to all the inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lea. So we'll now go to the next panel discussion. I would like to invite on stage the moderator, Ms. Heidi Kakko. She's a professional in the early stage investment and developing startup, also active in the Business Angels and the Estonian Venture Capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. And you have been listening to all of those presentations for a long time already. Now we are reaching the last panel, and I specifically asked not to make any slides for the last one. So let's make it as interactive as possible. There has been 0 questions so far in Slido, so that be brave, ask the questions. So as said, my name is Heidi Kakko. I'm in multiple roles. My most important role definitely today is representing the EIC fund here as the member of the investment committee, but I have a very wide range of experiences, starting from the very early stage companies, but also going up to growth companies. And I have the pleasure to ask some co-panelists onto the stage, and they represent 3 different categories. So one of them is a beneficiary in EC or EU definitions or terms. So basically it's a company that has received the money. Then we have a financial intermediary. So again, the terms, basically somebody who enables to receive the money. And then we have the agency, the national agency, and let's welcome them all together. So first it's Kristi Hõrrak from Finora Capital. She's the Chief Financial Officer there. Please take the stage. Then we have the beneficiary, Ahti Heinla from Starship Technologies. Ahti is a co-founder and the Chief Technology Officer of Starship. Please take the stage. And then we have Raido Lember, and Raido is the Director of Business Development in now the Joint Agency of Enterprise Estonia and Credex. So please take the stage. Thank you for being a part of today's discussion today. And let's start from the introductions. So, and I think that Starship is the most mentioned company today on the stage. Probably, Ahti, you weren't here participating the whole time, so you don't know all the good words that have been told already about Starship. Yes.
I'm already a little bit concerned what was said, because yes, I did arrive only about 20 minutes ago. I didn't hear anything to talk about Starship. So
Starship has been mentioned, I think, at least 3-4 times already. So that basically it's a flagship company from Estonia, using all those benefits that the European funding system has enabled. So why don't you describe from your position what Starship Technologies is right now?
So if Starship has been mentioned for so many times, then probably I don't need to introduce what Starship is, but I'll do it in any case, you know. So Starship is a company that is automating logistics. We are developing and operating delivery robots, you know, small robots that are what, this size or something like that, and then they deliver, you know, food and groceries to your doorsteps in various, you know, cities. And we are so essentially we are to some extent autonomous driving technology company, but unlike most, put it this way, most autonomous driving in the world is in the prototype stage. Essentially, there's autonomous cars, autonomous, you know, vehicles, and so forth. There are various pilot projects which, you know, generally work in that way. There's like, you know, one car, you know, somewhere driving. We are actually in the scale-up stage. We actually have thousands of robots, and we're actually commercializing this. So all of this autonomous technology and autonomous logistics, this is for 10 or 20 years, this has been something that has been on the slides of people, but nobody has actually seen it. Well, maybe some of you have seen it, but you know, just it's not like in commercial use most of the time. But Starship is actually commercially operating, and that's probably the most you know, important thing to understand about Starship. And we are both developing robots, so we're doing R&D, and we are manufacturing robots, and we are operating them as well.
Very good. So as we are talking today mostly about the financial products and financial instruments, then I would ask, as an investor would ask, that how many rounds have you fundraised already?
Hard to count, actually. Because we have done convertible notes and then the equity rounds and so forth and so forth. I think it's easier to count the money. I think we have raised from the venture capital market. We have raised something like you know, between 100 and 150 million, depending on how you count. And some of the money actually I funded myself, you know, at the start of the company and so forth. And we now essentially, you know, agreed with EIB on the 50 million euro European Growth Finance Facility instrument, essentially. So I think that probably answers your question.
Pretty much. So, and the question is, and the reason you are here is that you have received basically a lot of funding through different instruments of European Union. So that it has partly been like the investments through venture capital funds and also the direct investment or direct debt instrument from the EIB. Okay, so all clear now. That is the reason why Starship has been mentioned for so many times. I'll come back to you so that I'll give some of the stage also to Kristi and Raido now, and I'll start with Raido, asking that is Starship Technologies something that you would see on an Enterprise Estonia and Credex level, that the flagship company that should be funded in such a way?
Indeed, we consider that true success story, especially founded on venture capital. So congratulations of being so independent in that sense. And now as EIB has stepped in as well, this is a great example of how the public sector finance support can be combined with existing venture capital from across the world. So I think in that sense, a combination of the two is something of great value to offer in towards conquering the global markets and the growth of your company kind of at different stages. So it's great success for sure. In other means, we are looking at growing the companies like Starship from the early stages anyways. So we have a global, Estonian-wide network of offices, which are regional development offices offering the startup grant. And then the Enterprise Estonia Credex, as a joint organization today, is now looking at substituting that in the further growth stages of different innovative but also traditional companies. But obviously the focus is on disruptive technologies and innovation. So we're mostly focused on to provide like a super growth to the companies that have the ambition and the technology capabilities to actually proceed to the global levels with the expansion. So this is our main focus. And of course, technology intensive companies is what we're assessing the most.
That was very profound, thank you. Just to learn more about the audience, would you please raise the hand who are representing the potential beneficiaries, so that who are the companies that hope to receive any EU funding? Would you please raise the hand? I can see a couple of hands, at least 3, so thank you very much. Who are representing financial intermediaries? So that, okay, some more hands. Okay, some more hands. So guys, who are the rest of you? So that just trying to understand that what could be the most hot topics for you. So I assume that at least some of the people are representing different agencies, different support organizations that can help the beneficiaries, and some are probably the consultants. And I have the bad news for the consultants. At least what we have agreed with Stefan so far is that we try to cut the consultants, just to enable the companies to make the process as easy as possible to reach the funding. But definitely we cannot cut the financial intermediaries. And Kristi, the reason you are on the stage is that Finora Capital was one of the enablers, like the channel of capital, during the previous period of EU funding. So how did you happen in that role, so that how Finora Capital started to act as a financial intermediary for EU funding?
Mm-hmm. Well, for us, the client always comes first. So we constantly think where we can find new solutions for them, that they could get more beneficent funding. So, for example, the EIF is guaranteeing the creative loans that we offer, and we were really surprised that no one in the Baltic states is offering this subject. So we are known for constant networking, always looking for new business opportunities just in order to support our clients. And here we are. We are already in 3 programs with EIF, and we have helped with EIF so many great Estonian companies.
But you haven't funded Starship Technologies?
Not them, but many other great companies.
Mm-hmm. What's the profile of those? What was the profile of those companies that Finora Capital helped to receive the funding?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I mentioned these 3 areas where we cooperate with EIF. So first, it is working capital loans or credit lines for micro-enterprises. So to obtain this, you have to be a micro-enterprise, meaning workers, employees up to 10 people, assets not more than or revenues not more than 2 million euros. Then secondly, we are offering creative loan for creative sector. For, companies can be SMEs, so the limits are substantially larger. And in Lithuania, EIF is supporting us with guarantee for SME loans.
Okay, so quite a niche, but with a wide range.
Yes.
Okay, now I'll come back to Raido, so that as you have that national helicopter view, so that what type of companies in Estonia have been like the most successful in attracting the EU funding?
For sure, again, technology-intensive ones that have the opportunity to do disruptive change in the world market and raise the competitiveness of European Union technology base as a whole. But if we look at the most attractive financial schemes that we have, that we are offering, for example, we have enterprise development program, extremely successful in that. So we managed to made a lot of companies more efficient in that terms and also invest jointly into their R&D and to really make their products more competitive. And the second most attractive, I would say, is the applied research program, which is up to 2 million euro investment into a very focused R&D. And like 2 good case studies from there is, for example, using up our existing oil shale leftovers, the byproducts. And now Ragnar Sells, a circular economy company, is now using all these byproducts to create Northern Europe's largest circular economy company, largest project as a whole in Northern Europe. So that's one of the great success stories, how we can bring circular economy to the society with a technology-intensive R&D. Or secondly, for example, GS-SCAN, who is replacing the current X-ray technology in the world with what's it called, space rays in a way, or cosmic rays, to actually replace the scanning in security systems, but also in scanning in the healthcare sector of the actual human body, so we can actually save a lot of lives in terms of the disease or sickness the actual existing X-ray causes. And that's massively disruptive technology. But of course, there's a lot of good success stories, everything from ground up of growing really small but very high potential companies. And these are now our new kind of opportunity. We're now focused on more small and micro companies. This is Credex and Enterprise Estonia both, in terms of advisory, finance, matchmaking with corporate partners and international players and so forth. So there's a vast opportunity in our micro and small company level, and this is sort of one of the tweaks that we are now doing, advising them and connecting them with the scientific base of Estonia, but also abroad, and really trying to lift them up and give them the tools and the knowledge to offer them to harness that technology needs that they're really ambitious to take it to the world. And so essentially, we are a competence center trying to be, but also combining the EU financial shoulder in a way, and trying to lift them up with a variety of products all the way to the external ones of Horizon and EIB, different products and so forth. So it's really being a one-stop shop for all the variety of products, but also a competence center of advisory, how to grow a company.
When I listen to you, it seems like everything is in the best order, so that it sounds so rosy. But I'm, as a representative of sort of private sector, I'm also always complaining that these 3 companies that Stefan showed on the slide of the EIC fund investments, I would say it's not enough. I would see that we should have significantly higher numbers, despite of the small number of population and so on. So that I have been opposed all the time that if compared to the GDP or the relative size of the Estonian economy, the Estonian companies have been done like remarkably well in attracting the EU funding. Is it really so?
It depends by product, it's different. It really varies. I think if you look at the sort of a former Eastern European and where we are located here, we're one of the success stories in that sense. So per capita, we do actually attract a lot of EU funding, or we're able to use it up for technology advancements. But there's still like Czech is better than us, let's put it this way. But if you look at the old Western Europe, then we have a lot of catch up to do. But the good thing is our scientific bodies, universities and so forth are extremely successful in using up Horizon and so forth. So they're at the top of using those funds. But private companies, I must say, we're lagging. So a lot of work to do.
Okay, so that I have the same feeling, so that we are on the same side of the table now.
Sort of.
Okay. Ahti, how does it feel so that I don't know how closely you were related or you were engaged in applying for that funding, because you are not exactly in the position of CFO in Starship Technologies. So, but can you somehow describe that? How difficult or easy has it been for a deep tech company in Europe to attract the funding that you need?
Right. So, I think in one version of this, the agenda of this event, I was listed as the CFO of Starship Technologies. I got really scared, because then I imagined that it's going to be a room full of finance people, and I don't know anything about finance really. So I was involved definitely in the EIB process that we have had for the last almost like a year. But I wasn't day-to-day involved essentially. But I certainly as I was actually running the company as an interim CEO a year ago when we started the process. So I was definitely involved. And overall, if you ask how easy or how hard, I think funding companies is always hard. It's never in a way that like a company just
shows up somewhere and then somehow people are going to shower it with money. It kind of maybe with press releases it kind of sounds this way, but it's never actually this way. It's always a process that lasts for 6 months if you're lucky, 12 months, maybe more realistically. And we have worked with various funds and financing entities in different markets, and I think they're very different from each other. Starship in general is in this stage where like I said, we have raised more than 100 million, and we are now raising the finance facilities and venture capital rounds of the size of approximately 50 million or so, right? The thing with that sort of size is that in Europe there actually are not a massive number of, for example, venture capital funds that do ticket sizes of like 50 million, because you kind of need to have like a fund of 1 billion to do that. There are such funds in Europe, but not that many really, compared to like US, where like everything is like in venture capital is like 5x bigger essentially. There's just it's very big difference, I would say. The other thing also, if I compare, our venture capital raises and the process we have had with European Investment Bank, I would also say that the thing that put it this way, venture capital market is it's very much oriented towards, I think, the personal relationships. Like if you know people, you have been with the same schools and so forth, then people sort of more like trust you and more think that, okay, oh, this is a star, this is going to be really, really successful and so forth and so forth. And for a company that's like predominantly, for example, in Estonia there's no funds that are investing 50 million, no venture capital funds that are investing, these sorts of amounts. And if you look at, then the venture capital funds that are investing 50 million and so forth, they are in, London, Berlin, Paris, and so forth and so forth. But they have their own social networks, and actually very little of these social networks actually reach Estonia, for example, right? So EIB is not like that. European finance is not like that. It's, I would say, more objective, where it's more looks at, okay, is this a good company, or does this benefit Europe? And also in general, I would say, I'm very oversimplifying here, but I would say, EU funding is, created in order to propel Europe forward. Venture capital is not created to propel Europe forward. Venture capital is created to make a quick buck. And of course, make a quick return, that is, make a big return, that is, I think, that is good. That is like, essentially, if you are doing anything in big scale and you're successful, there's going to be big money, essentially. But the quick part, like for a venture capitalist, it matters hugely, hugely, hugely whether they get their massive return in 2 years or in 5 years. Does it matter to Europe? Whether we propel Europe forward and the solution comes in 2 years or 5 years, doesn't matter, so much. Like, if you look at, the nuclear fusion, for example, tough luck trying to fund this with VC, because the returns are not going to be in 2 years, right? It's going to be massive returns, but not in 2 years, right? So that is certainly a difference. Like, and that is also a reason why, also for a very successful deep tech company developing and raising like 50 million and so forth, it's not obvious necessarily that it's the venture capital that would be the best way to fund this.
So what I learned, at least from Ahti's experience, is that they are of the size already that it's not so difficult to reach the funding. It's not easy also, but when you have grown a certain size already, then it's definitely helpful if you have the patient capital also. And there may be in the very early stage, like a lot of suppliers of venture capital money, but there are always also conditions related to that.
Yeah, and most venture capital money is smaller than 50 million, like much smaller than 50 million.
Thank you. So, Kristi, you have been working with smaller companies than Starship. And what is your experience based on the previous period? So whether it's more like you have to seek for the companies to fund, or whether there was plenty of those that applied for funding and you basically were rejecting them. Because as in venture capital also, it's like approximately 1-2% of those companies that seek for funding actually attract the venture money. So what about your experience?
Our experience is that we always try to be on the picture. So when we got these great cooperations with EIF, of course, we informed the publicity that we can offer these great things. So we got very great companies coming to us. I'm extremely happy for the creative sector because really nobody had financed them before. Of course, when the movie is a hit, then everybody wants to give you money. Mm-hmm. But usually the money is needed when the movie is starting to make or some big concert. So these people were so grateful that finally someone understands that in order Estonia to flourish, we have to support our culture, our music, our art. So these people turn to us, and of course, we are a financial institution. Of course, we have to look at the risk and everything, and we did our analysis. But if these were all proper, then we were able to support many great companies. I'm not able to say the names, but one, for example, that I can say that the lucky beneficiary has also themselves published that they were really pleased that we could cooperate for example, Tallinn Music Week. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Very interesting, because we have really a very wide variety here, from small companies and also institutions like Tallinn Music Week up to Starship Technologies. And then somehow Enterprise Estonia, Credex is trying to keep that national level there as an agency. I'll come back, Kristi, to you, so that regarding the process, so that if we ask whether anything in that previous process could be changed, so that for the just thinking about the future, what would you change?
Well, I have to say that the process with, in regards of cooperation with EIF has been really smooth. So, and I'm extremely happy that I would say for the client, of course, they can see in the contract the EU beautiful logo besides our logo, and they can see the sentences that this is funded through this program. But all in all, I would say that I'm really happy that EIF hasn't put any bureaucracy, paperwork, or procedures for the client. So for the client, if they wouldn't notice this logo, they would just see that it's just a regular lending process. They apply through our website or just send an email and our client manager contacts them. So yeah, the process has been really smooth.
Okay. Just about the scale, what is the size of the portfolio? How many companies have you funded from that instrument?
From each instrument, it's a lot.
Hundreds?
Yes,
okay.
For each instrument.
Okay, so it's quite a lot.
Yes.
So, and thinking of potential recommendations, so that whether there is anything you would recommend to the applicants, so that if they think that they should apply or not apply for the EU funding, whether directly or through the financial intermediaries, so that what would you recommend to them?
Well, of course, our first recommendation is always responsible lending, that they think through why they're needing this money, are they able to pay back? But there again, as Finora is a private banking for SMEs, there's always a person for our client who is consulting them and helping them. But my recommendation is really like, just ask your partner in financing, just not for regular loan, like ask what programs are you participating, what else can you offer? Because the range of possibilities is so large, as you have heard today. I'm really excited because we're definitely going to participate in more programs. So I would suggest to choose a financing partner who is really making this next steps, not just to offer you regular things, but something special, something more profitable for the client. Because I really have to say that the Estonian enterprises are really hardworking and they really deserve better chances than just regular support.
Okay, that is very encouraging.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I come back to Raido, to you, so that as you are implementing the national policies, and that's one of my favorite topics anyway, but we don't have too much time for that. So that whether you see that there should be a special Estonian focus on something, if compared to all those major focuses that the EU in general has put on, so that whether you see that there are any like national interests that we should keep in mind.
We certainly do as well. So we have different strategies. So one of the main approach comes from the national innovation and science and entrepreneurship strategy, which is focusing on, I think there's 4 different topics. So one of the key areas is health technologies, information communication technology, valorization of raw materials, and then there's some other cultural bits as well, just continuation of our culture. So those are the national strategy bits that we are combining in our EIS Credex approach. And the second pillar to that is what we have developed together with our Ministry of Economy, is 3 pillars, which is green tech, sustainability, so green transition in a way, and then innovation transition, and then digitalization transition, which there's some lacking in terms of manufacturing industry and so forth. So those are the 2 sides we are combining, the 3 pillars of innovation, green, and digitalization with the national scientific strategy. Those are our focus areas. And why? Because we can't be good at everything. So our ecosystem in terms of scientific laboratory capabilities, university capabilities, so forth, we need to pick a little bit wiser. So we need to focus and concentrate there. And those are the reasons why we'll have this focus. And the national strategy will last till 2035. with the current names I named. So we'll see how far we'll go with these currently named ones, but we have that in place for sure.
Okay, I can't let you go yet, so I have one more question for you, Raido, and that is related to the weaknesses or areas improvement that you have seen that are like characteristic to Estonian companies, so that there are like certain areas that we are weaker than others, there are like definite need of improvement. Can you point out anything?
Mm-hmm. So we've worked with many of those weak points already, and we continuously will. And one of them is basically structuring of the company with fixed responsibilities and have this more of maybe a corporate system in place so that the company would run a little bit more efficiently. But this is considered more of a traditional side of our SMEs and large companies. That has been the weak point, so restructuring them to make them more efficient. But other than that, I think just overall creating an R&D lab, R&D capabilities, and actually building those relationships and bridges with the local innovation ecosystem players as laboratories and universities, and also how to do that abroad, across borders. So those are one of the key points that we still need to push forward, and we are building our own network of these people and relationships, and we are being the intermediaries of kind of matchmakers of the young companies of Estonia, the founders of really fantastic ideas and technologies, and we are trying to matchmake them with the scientific partners where they can really do the deep tech or whatever else scientific innovative collaboration either in Estonia or abroad. So that's one of the roles we are taking as well.
Okay, that was a rather diplomatic answer, so that everything included, and still I didn't get that whether we are weak in something specifically.
Our R&D collaboration.
Okay, so good. 1 point, R&D collaboration is something that we could significantly improve in order also to be able to attract more funding internationally.
And of course, finding those centrally distributed funds from EU as well. So would that be EIB or European Innovation Fund or so forth. So there is lack of knowledge. So we need to build that bridge even closer and provide the immediate information when this is released from EU and so forth. So that information bridge gap is sort of what we want to.
So it's clear now. Any questions from the audience? Because just believe it or not, no questions in Slido, so that nobody really cares what we talk about here on the stage, at least nobody that are behind the screen. So people who are present, you should have some questions. Otherwise, you should have been not sitting here for the half a day. Anybody? The first brave heart to stand up? Yes, please.
Sorry. I'm loud enough, I guess. Okay, this is, I address Ahti because you are a rock star in Estonia. So you got this 50 million from EU, let's say. Do you expect to get some more? Or what's the next step? I mean, or is it's like confidential information? I mean, you're raising, you will be raising, or you're looking outside globally. Like, what's the story?
We definitely might be seeking additional capital in the future, and perhaps also from European facilities. But I would say we haven't decided that right now. We actually got the EIB facility actually very recently. So it's kind of now actually. So that's not, right now actually not the time that we are thinking about the next one.
Okay, but carrying on from that question, I would ask additional question from Ahti. Do you see that the fundraising situation recently has deteriorated, so that with the Ukrainian war, everything going on, so that whether you feel that there is a lot more hesitation in the area?
No, I don't see that at all. I guess globally the economy in general is probably not going to do as well this year as it maybe did on average during the last 5 years, and that perhaps will have an effect on the capital markets, as well. No, I don't see any sort of like a massive effect so far.
Okay. So, thank you. Oh, yes, please. One more question.
Yes, hello, Ahti. This comes to you. So could you maybe bring out 3 points? Why did you choose this funding facility instead of some other VC or?
We were actually pursuing both processes in parallel. The VC funding and the European Investment Bank, and actually we did close, both during the same time frame actually. So it wasn't actually either or for us. But I would say they're very different processes. I would say the European Investment Bank process has been very sort of, I would say, professional, systematic, not really subjectivity based, I would say. Takes longer than VC, but overall I would say is more predictable. Like, I think the VC capital raise is extremely unpredictable. Like it could be that, like for example, okay, there was this example about, the war in Ukraine, for example. It could be that, with VC, like everything is ready, almost signed, and then something like that happens, and then it's like, no, we're not funding you, for example. Could something like that could very easily happen, I think, with VC. So I think the EIB process has been much more predictable, for sure. Less surprises. So both have their own merits, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. So as Ahti said, that basically each provider of capital has their own conditions, so that also there are certain reason why the companies attract equity capital and why do they attract the venture debt, for example, or loan capital. So I would like to ask as a final question from Kristi. So you have provided debt instrument loans, as I understand previously. Yes. You are not going to provide equity capital to companies?
At the moment, it's not on our list, but as I said, we're always broadening our vision, the possibilities, so I never say never.
Okay, that is a very good hope for the future, I would say. We are wrapping up, so that if there is any last question, that is the last chance, basically, to ask. So, yes, Chris.
Question, just a bit of comment or reaction.
Mm-hmm.
You said on the lack of scale of funding from the venture capital side. It's okay. Thank you. I didn't include it in my presentation today from EIF's venture capital sort of perspective because it's not maybe relevant for Estonian fund managers because, with all honesty, I don't think that there are funds being able to raise 1 billion in size in Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, or all of the three together. But EIF overall is working on an initiative called European Tech Champions, whereby I think it's the direct discussions with the German and French governments predominantly to raise up a facility of around 1 billion in size as a fund of fund, perhaps managed by EIF or any other sort of player, that would be then investing in those, let's say, 700 million, 1 billion funds of size of European origin and European focus. And the precondition would be that funds are writing at least the checks of 50+ million. So this is something that perhaps is coming, and obviously any, let's say, company from any EU 27 country would be eligible. But unfortunately, I think for the realities of the market size, I do not expect such funds to be domiciled in the Baltics in the next, let's say, at least in the next 5 years. But perhaps there's a room for a fund in a broader Nordic perspective or the Eastern European perspective.
Thank you, Chris, for that comment. Very valid, very relevant. What I would like to summarize on what I have heard throughout the day, there are very wide variety of all kinds of instruments, so that you have to be really an expert to understand all of those that are available, or you have to find a good expert. So financial intermediaries are definitely the experts in their areas, so that if you need the funding, try to understand what type of funding do you need and who would be the best to channel that money to you. Definitely the experience of beneficiaries as the companies that have received the funding is also a very good source of information how to attract the money. And Starship Technologies as the rock star, who has said it, as the rock star among those startup companies in Estonia have gone through the very long way, growing from the pre-seed stage to a scale-up almost. And as we learned, there is also a very dedicated instrument for the scale-ups in Europe. And definitely in Estonia, we have to focus on deep tech, on technology companies, and we have to bridge that gap between the science in the universities, in research and development institutions, to grow those companies and to support those innovators. And we have so many different instruments on the European Union's level to support the best and the brightest innovators and entrepreneurs. So that is probably the slogan that everybody of the today's presenters wanted to give to you. And I'm the lucky one to summarize on that. So thank you very much to my panelists. It has been a pleasure to discuss those topics. Definitely the time was very limited. And now we have to close up. Yes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the panelists for joining. So the lunch is already there. Just the final things. Thank you very much for Ave for the support and the cooperation on this. Now, if you're a financial intermediary, Virginia is there. Virginia, okay. If you're a fund manager, we see Chris is here. Also, Ando is here, and of course I can cover part of the other interests, so we can really already start to discuss for more cooperation. And Raido, of course, we know each other for some time. Thank you for coming, and definitely to work together to have even more interaction and how we can really support you more and in general the Estonian economy.
Hopefully we'll be the one-stop shop for all the information in the future as the GREDEX and EIS will fully join, let's put it this way, so hope to be that.
Great. So thank you very much, and have a good day also to the people that connect online. Thank you.